Hey guys, welcome back to the Nostalgian. Tonight we're stepping quietly into a 1950s American wedding, but not the version that lives only in photographs, with the white dress, the polished shoes, the flowers held just so, and everyone smiling as if the future had already agreed to behave itself. Before we go any further, let me ask you something. Have you ever looked at an old wedding photograph from the 1950s and wondered what happened after the picture was taken, after the cake was cut, after the guests went home, after the bride took off the veil and the groom loosened his tie, and two very young people were suddenly expected to know how to be husband and wife? If that kind of quiet old America interests you, take a second to subscribe to the Nostalgian. It helps this little corner of history keep going. And if you remember a marriage rule, a family expectation, or a strange old custom from your parents, grandparents, or even your own younger years, leave it in the comments. Sometimes the smallest memories tell us more than the history books ever could. Now lower the lights a little, let the room soften, pull the blanket up and imagine the sound of organ music fading behind you. You've just gotten married in 1954. There is rice in your hair. Your shoes are beginning to hurt. Your cheeks ache from smiling. Your new husband is standing beside you in a dark suit that makes him look older than he felt this morning. Your mother has cried twice, once in the church and once in the ladies' room where no one was supposed to notice. His father has shaken his hand with that solemn look men used when they were trying to say something emotional without actually saying it. The cake has been cut. The photographs have been taken. Your left hand has been admired so many times that the ring itself feels slightly warm from all the attention. And everyone keeps saying the same thing. You must be so happy. Not are you happy exactly. Not how do you feel. Not are you frightened. Not do you understand what has just been placed on your life. Just you must be so happy, because the script has already been written and everyone knows their line. The ring looks like a promise, and in many ways it is. For many couples, it means affection, loyalty, shelter, shared work, private jokes, babies hoped for, bills paid together, Sunday morning sickness endured, and years of ordinary companionship that no one will ever write a song about, but which build entire lives. It would be unfair and far too easy to say the promise was false. Many people loved each other. Many couples built something real inside the rules they'd been handed. But the ring also means entry into a system. And systems are rarely visible when everyone around you calls them normal. In the photographs, the bride stands close to the groom. Her dress is white or close enough to white depending on budget, family tradition, what could be found, what could be altered, and what could be borrowed without anyone making too much of it. Her gloves may be buttoned at the wrist. Her hair is set under a veil that someone has adjusted at least 6 times. She's smiling in the way brides were expected to smile, not too broadly, not too nervously, not too knowingly. He stands straight beside her, trying to look composed, because this is one of the first public tests of his new role. A husband was not supposed to look uncertain. He could be young, nervous, and privately unprepared for almost everything marriage would require of him. But in the picture, he needed to look ready. The whole day is arranged around readiness. The bride is ready to become a wife. The groom is ready to become a provider. The families are ready to merge their expectations. The church is ready to bless the arrangement. The guests are ready to witness it. Even the gifts are ready in their neat wrapping paper stacked on tables like supplies for a life that has already been planned. Towels, sheets, dishes, mixing bowls, silverware, a toaster if the couple is lucky, maybe a coffee pot, maybe a casserole dish that will see more emotional labour than anyone in the room can possibly imagine. A wedding gift in the 1950s is not just a gift. It is a small domestic prophecy. Here is what your mornings will look like. Here is what you will serve dinner on. Here is what your guests will notice. Here is the home you are expected to build. Now be grateful. Smile properly and write the thank you notes promptly. The bride will learn quickly that marriage has paperwork of the emotional kind. Not the legal certificate alone, though that matters too, but the invisible paperwork. The change of name, the change of address, the new signature practiced on envelopes, the new way people introduce her. Mrs. followed by his name as if the old version of her has been gently folded and placed in a drawer. Not thrown away exactly, nothing so dramatic, just stored somewhere private to be taken out occasionally in memory. At the reception, older women watch her with a particular expression. It is fond, but it is also evaluating. They notice the way she handles the attention, whether she seems modest enough, whether she seems proud enough, whether she leans too heavily on her husband or not enough, whether she understands that this is her day but not entirely hers. A wedding belongs to the couple in theory. In practice, it belongs to the family, the church, the neighbourhood, the mothers, the guest list, the photographs, the expectations, and the future children who are already being imagined by people who have no intention of waiting very long before asking about them. And that is one of the quieter truths of a 1950s wedding. The bride is not only marrying a man, she is marrying a timeline. First the wedding, then the apartment or the little house or the room in someone's family home until money improves, then the proper furniture, then the first child, preferably soon enough that no one starts whispering, and not so soon that anyone starts counting. Then the second child, because one child can look lonely in a Christmas card. Then the mortgage, the school forms, the church pew, the dinner routine, the birthday parties, the matching stockings in December, the life that arrives piece by piece, until one day it feels as if it has always been there. The groom is marrying a timeline too, though his is spoken about differently. He's expected to become serious now. A man with a wife cannot drift in the same way. A man with a ring on his finger is supposed to think about promotions, insurance, the rent, the car payment, and how much a refrigerator costs when the old one starts making that tired grinding sound in the middle of the night. He's supposed to know things he may not know. He's supposed to lead with confidence he may not feel. Before marriage, a young man might be one of the boys. He could stay out late, live cheaply, complain about work, avoid thinking too closely about curtains, pediatricians, dinner guests, or the emotional temperature of a small kitchen at 6:15 in the evening. After marriage, he is expected to become steady, a man with a job that can hold a household upright, a man who brings home a paycheck and does not talk too much about fear, a man who knows how to fix things or at least behaves as if he might, a man who will one day sit in the father's chair with the evening paper absorbing the quiet tribute of a house organized around his return. The bride has her own narrowing. Before marriage, a young woman might be excused for uncertainty. She is finding her way, she is dating, she is helping at home, she is working for a while before settling down. She is still becoming. After marriage, becoming is supposed to narrow into being, a wife, a homemaker, eventually a mother, a good influence, a pleasant hostess, a calming presence, a woman who understands when to speak, when to soften, when to leave a subject alone, and when to make something appear easier than it is. And here is where the ring begins to feel heavier. Not because love is absent. Love may very well be there, nervous and hopeful, standing in new shoes under a church doorway. But love is not the only thing in the room. There is also reputation, there is duty, there is family pride, there is religion for many couples, there is money, there is gender, There is the great post-war American belief that a good life can be arranged properly if everyone simply performs their assigned part with enough cheerfulness. Cheerfulness mattered. A cheerful bride suggested that the system was working. A confident groom suggested that the future was safe. A smiling mother suggested that no private sadness had leaked into the public ceremony. Everyone was doing well. Everyone was proud. Everyone was relieved. Because in many communities, marriage was not just celebrated, it was expected. A daughter who married well reassured the family that she had been raised properly. A son who married respectably reassured his family that he was becoming the right kind of man. The wedding announced that the couple had crossed into adulthood by the approved door. Not the only door in reality, but the one most brightly lit. This is why the ring drew so much attention. The ring said she was chosen. The ring said he had claimed responsibility. The ring said the couple now belonged to a recognized category. They could rent more easily in some places. They could be invited as a pair. They could sit together in church and be understood. They could receive gifts, advice, assumptions, and unsolicited comments from people who believed marriage made the couple partly public property. The new wife would hear it soon enough. You will want to learn his favourite breakfast. You must not let little disagreements become habits. A man likes a peaceful home. Do not go to bed angry unless, of course, going to bed quietly is the only way to keep the peace. The new husband would hear his version too. You are the head of the household now. You have to think about more than yourself. A wife needs security. Do not let her worry about money unless money is exactly what she should be worrying about quietly, without making dinner unpleasant. So much advice, so little room for honesty. The strange thing is that both of them can be frightened, and both of them can have no approved way to say so. The bride cannot easily say, "I'm afraid of disappearing into this role." The groom cannot easily say, "I'm afraid I will not be enough." So they smile, they cut the cake, they wave from the car, they drive away under ribbons and tin cans and laughter, carrying everyone's hopes behind them like luggage tied to the bumper. And then comes the first quiet. Every wedding eventually has one. After the guests are gone, after the dress is unbuttoned, after the flowers begin their slow collapse in vases, and the last crumbs of cake sit under wax paper in someone's kitchen, the marriage stops being an event and becomes a room, a real room. A hotel room perhaps, with stiff sheets and unfamiliar lamps. A small apartment with new towels and rented furniture. A bedroom in a little house they can barely afford but are proud to call their own. The ring is still there catching the low light, but now there are no witnesses, no applause, no organ music, no one saying how beautiful everything was, just two people who've been turned in a single day into husband and wife. This is the part nobody photographs clearly. The part where she places the hairpins on the dresser and sees herself in the mirror with the veil gone. The part where he loosens his tie and realizes that the suit can come off but the roll cannot. The part where both of them understand dimly and perhaps not in words that tomorrow the world will expect them to know how to be married. Not learn slowly, not ask too many questions. No. In 1950s, American marriage was often treated as the natural destination of adult life, especially in the world of middle-class respectability that magazines, advertisements, churches and television preferred to display. But destinations are funny things. They look peaceful from far away. A porch light, a front door, a ring catching the light as a hand reaches for the key. From the road it all looks settled. Inside there are rules. Some are tender, some are useful, some are suffocating. Some are so old no one remembers who first spoke them, and many of them begin before the couple has even unpacked the wedding gifts. The ring rests on the finger like a little moon, bright and silent, reflecting everyone's expectations back at them. It promises love and duty and belonging. It promises that the young couple will try. It promises that whatever happens next will happen inside the shape called marriage. And in the morning when the flowers are wilting and the thank you notes are waiting, and the new wife sees her new name written on an envelope for the first time, that shape will begin to close around her, softly, almost politely, as if it had been waiting for her all along. By the time the thank you notes were stacked on the little kitchen table, the question had already begun to change. At the wedding, everyone had asked about happiness. They asked if the cake was sweet enough, if the flowers held up, if the photographer got a good picture of the bride coming down the aisle. They said the ceremony was lovely, the dress was beautiful, the groom looked so proud, and the young couple had their whole life ahead of them, which was one of those phrases people offered with great confidence, as if life was something already laid out neatly like folded sheets in a hope chest. But after the wedding, when the gifts were unpacked, and the ring had begun to feel less like jewellery and more like part of the hand itself, a different truth became visible. Nobody had expected them to wait much longer. Not really. In much of 1950s America, marriage was not treated as one possible path among many. It was treated as the proper arrival point, especially for young people who wanted to be seen as respectable, stable, and ready for adult life. A young man might be expected to finish school serve if service was required, find work and begin thinking seriously about a wife. A young woman might be expected to finish high school, perhaps attend college for a while, perhaps work in an office or a store or a school, but all of it floated under the larger assumption that marriage was coming. Not someday in the vague distance. Soon. Soon was the word that hovered over everything. Soon after graduation. Soon after he got the job. Soon after he came home. Soon after the engagement ring could be afforded. Soon enough that people did not begin to wonder what was wrong. And people did wonder. They wondered softly over coffee in church basements, at beauty salons, across back fences and in the kitchens, where mothers dried dishes while speaking in the lowered tone reserved for other people's children. They wondered about the girl who was still single at 23, as if 23 were not an age but a warning light. They wondered about the young man who did not seem serious about settling down. They wondered about couples who dated too long, without an announcement which created a special kind of social suspense, the kind that made a telephone ring in the hallway feel almost theatrical. Was he going to propose? Was she waiting? Had something gone wrong? The cruelty of this pressure was not always loud. That was what made it so effective. It rarely arrived as a command. It arrived as concern. Your mother might say, "I only want you to be happy." Your aunt might say, "He seems like such a nice boy." A neighbour might say, "You girls are all growing up so fast." A woman at church might look at your left hand just a second too long and smile in a way that meant she had noticed the absence of a ring and was trying not to make you feel noticed, which, of course, made you feel noticed completely. A young woman in 1955 could feel the timetable before anyone had written it down. It was in the way her married friends were introduced differently. It was in the way her parents' tone changed when a suitable young man drove her home. It was in the engagement announcements in the newspaper, small formal paragraphs that turned private romance into public progress. It was in the bridal showers that seemed to multiply as soon as one girl in the circle married, as if marriage itself were contagious, and the whole group had been exposed. At first it was exciting. Of course it was. There were dresses to admire, rings to inspect, gossip, to exchange kitchens to imagine, and futures to rehearse in the safe language of linens and curtains. A girl could sit on the edge of her friend's bed looking through a department store catalogue, discussing patterns of china, as if the selection of plates were not also the selection of an entire role. She could feel included in the great feminine project of becoming chosen, becoming settled, becoming a wife. But excitement had a shadow, because every shower, every announcement, every cousin's wedding, every new baby photograph arriving in the mail became a kind of measurement. Not necessarily a cruel one. The people applying it might love you very much, but love does not stop a measurement from measuring. If you were young and unmarried in the 1950s, you could begin to feel yourself standing in a line that was moving without you. First the popular girl from school, then your older cousin, then the girl who was not even that pretty people whispered, which was not kind, but people said things like that. Then the girl who had only been dating him 6 months. Then your best friend who came over one afternoon holding out her hand before she even took off her coat, the diamond small but real, and the two of you shrieked in the kitchen while your mother appeared from the next room with an expression of delight that was partly genuine and partly inventory. Because mothers in the 1950s were often keeping inventory, not openly, not with a ledger, but they knew who was engaged, who was married, who was expecting, whose husband had a good position, whose son-in-law seemed promising, whose daughter had waited too long, and whose family was beginning to speak about the situation in careful phrases. A daughter's marriage was not only her personal future, it was evidence of upbringing attractiveness, respectability, and the family's ability to launch her properly into the world. This was a heavy thing to place on a young woman's left hand, and yet it was placed there gently with flowers. For young men the pressure had a different shape but a similar weight. A man who married young was not seen merely as romantic. He was seen as serious. He had accepted responsibility. He had stepped out of boyhood and into the approved masculine track job. Wife, home, children, promotion, lawn car, insurance, retirement somewhere too far away to imagine. A bachelor could be charming for a while, a little carefree, a little restless, still figuring things out. But there was an expiration date on charm. After a certain point the same qualities became suspicious. Why had he not settled down? Was he unreliable? Was he selfish? Was there something about him women knew that others did not? The unmarried man and the unmarried woman were judged differently, but both lived under the same broad assumption. Adulthood was supposed to pair off. The paired life was easier to recognize. A married couple could be seated properly at dinner. They could be invited to church socials and office parties without complication. They could rent a better apartment in some places because landlords often preferred the appearance of stability. They could walk into a furniture store and be treated as people building a future rather than merely purchasing objects. They could receive advice from every direction which was annoying, but also proof that the world understood what category they belonged to. Marriage made people legible, and the 1950s loved legibility. It loved categories that could be photographed cleanly: husband, wife, home, children, provider, homemaker, church member, neighbour, taxpayer, good family, nice couple. Such simple words and so much machinery hidden inside them. Of course not. Everyone followed the same path. Some people married later. Some did not marry at all. Some could not safely or legally enter the kinds of relationships they desired. Some families faced economic pressures that made the tidy middle-class timetable feel like a story from a magazine rather than a life within reach. Race, class, religion, region, and family circumstance all shaped what marriage meant and what choices were available. The shining version displayed in advertisements was never the whole country. But the ideal was loud. Even when spoken softly, it was loud. It came through the radio. It came through magazines. It came through sitcom living rooms where problems were solved before the final commercial. It came through advice columns and sermons and school dances and wedding registries. It came through mothers who had survived their own expectations and now passed them forward, because that was what care looked like to them. It came through fathers who believed security mattered more than self-exploration, because they had lived through years when security had not been guaranteed. The older generation had reasons. That is important to remember. Many parents of 1950s brides and grooms had known the Depression. They had known war. They had known uncertainty not as a mood but as weather. To them, a young couple in a small house with a steady paycheck and a baby on the way did not look trapped. It looked safe. It looked blessed. It looked like history had finally softened enough to let ordinary people build something predictable. So when they urged their children toward marriage, they were not always being narrow. Sometimes they were being frightened in an older language. They were saying, choose shelter, choose respectability, choose someone who will stand beside you when the next hard season comes. Choose a life other people understand, because lives other people understand are easier to defend. And the young listened. Some listened with real desire. Some wanted the ring, the home, the shared name, the children, the Sunday table, the whole warm architecture of married life. Some had been lonely in girlhood or restless in boyhood and believed marriage would give them form. Some were deeply in love in that bright, urgent way young people can be when the future seems not just possible but obedient. Others listened because not listening was expensive. A girl who wanted to wait might be told she was too particular. A boy who wanted more time might be told he lacked direction. A couple who wanted to know each other longer might feel the pressure gathering around them like relatives in a doorway. At some point, dating was supposed to become engagement, and engagement was supposed to become marriage, and marriage was supposed to become children. The path had steps. You could pause briefly on one, but not indefinitely. People behind you were watching, and so two young people might find themselves moving forward, not unwillingly exactly, but not freely either. That is one of the difficult things to understand from far away. The pressure did not always feel like force. Sometimes it felt like momentum, like being carried by a river everyone praised for flowing in the right direction. You could float along quite happily for a while. You could enjoy the attention, the planning, the sense of being approved of at last. You could mistake relief for readiness. Many people did. Then one morning you woke up married. The ring was there, the towels were folded, the lease was signed, his shoes were by the door, her hairbrush was on the dresser. The world had stopped asking when and started asking what next. And what came next almost immediately was the household itself. Because marrying young did not mean simply choosing love early. It meant entering adult performance early. It meant learning in real time how to stretch a paycheck answer. Relatives cook meals, manage loneliness, hide disappointment, and speak in the cheerful tone expected of people whose lives were supposedly beginning beautifully. The wedding had said they were ready. The marriage would now test whether anyone had told them what ready actually meant. And in many little houses and rented apartments across 1950s, America, the young husband would put on his work shirt in the grey morning light, and the young wife would stand in a kitchen that still smelled faintly of new paint and wedding wrapping paper, and both of them would feel the day open in front of them with a seriousness no photograph had managed to capture. They had married young because everyone said that was how life began. Now, life had begun, and it was already asking things of them. The first thing the world wanted from a young married couple was not happiness. It wanted evidence. Evidence that the wedding had worked. Evidence that the families had chosen well. Evidence that the young husband was steady. The young wife was pleasant, and the little household forming around them was not going to embarrass anyone. In the soft, polished language of 1950s respectability, this evidence could be very small. A clean front step, a cheerful tone on the telephone, a husband who wore a tie to work, a wife who answered the door looking as if she had not been interrupted by anything unpleasant. The perfect couple did not have to be rich. They did not have to be glamorous. In fact, too much glamour was suspicious. What they had to be was reassuring. And reassurance was a full-time performance. You begin to learn this shortly after the wedding, when the last thank you note has been mailed and the wrapping paper has finally disappeared from the closet. At first, people ask how married life is treating you, and they ask with bright eyes already prepared for the correct answer. Wonderful. Just wonderful. That is the expected word. Not complicated, not tiring, not strange, not I keep waking up beside another person and remembering that this is now the rest of my life. Wonderful. You say it at the grocery store, at church, on the telephone with your mother, to the woman down the street who has been married for 12 years and has the calm, evaluating face of someone who has already survived the stage you're entering. How is married life wonderful? And if you say it correctly, the conversation can move on. The perfect couple was a public object in 1950s America. People looked at them and saw more than two people. They saw proof that the old order was still functioning. Boy meets girl. Boy gets job. Girl becomes bride. Bride becomes wife. Wife makes home. Husband provides. Children arrive. The picture holds. The country continues. It sounds almost too simple when spoken plainly. But that simplicity was the point. The couple was supposed to make life look understandable. He went out into the world. She made the world worth coming home to. He brought in the money. She turned money into curtains, dinners, birthday cakes, clean socks, polished floors, and the emotional weather of the house. He carried the public burden. She carried the private one. Both were expected to be grateful for the arrangement, at least in front of company, especially in front of company. Company was where marriage was inspected. Not officially, of course. No one arrived with a clipboard. No one sat on the sofa and announced that the young marriage was under review. It happened more gently than that, which made it harder to resist. A mother-in-law noticed whether the coffee was hot. A neighbour noticed whether the husband complimented his wife's cooking. A friend noticed whether the couple interrupted each other. A church lady noticed whether the young wife looked tired. A co-worker noticed whether the young husband joked about marriage too much or not enough or in the wrong tone. The perfect couple had to be affectionate but not indecent, comfortable but not careless, ambitious but not grasping, sociable but not showy, happy but not so happy that anyone suspected they were putting on a display. There was an approved temperature for everything. You learn to stand beside him at an office party holding a small plate with something on it that you may or may not actually want to eat. You learn to laugh at his boss's joke a beat after everyone else, not too loud, because a loud wife can become a story. You learn to ask the other wives where they bought their gloves, whether they have tried the new bakery, how their children are doing in school, though you may not yet have children yourself, and are therefore both included and not quite included. He learns his part too. He keeps a hand lightly at your back when introducing you a gesture that says affection and possession in equal measure. He says, "This is my wife," and the phrase lands with a small social weight. My wife. Not my girl, not my date, not my fiancée. Wife. A completed category. A woman attached to his name in a way that makes him look more adult simply by standing near her, and you smile. The smile is important. A wife's smile in public could do an astonishing amount of work. It could smooth over awkwardness. It could signal agreement where no agreement had been discussed. It could reassure relatives that everything was fine. It could rescue a husband from a clumsy remark. It could hide irritation, fatigue, disappointment, and the small shock of realizing that people were no longer looking at you as a girl with possibilities, but as half of a unit whose job was to function. A good couple functioned. That was the word underneath everything. They arrived together. They left together. They sent Christmas cards together. They signed gifts together. They appeared in photographs together beside fireplaces under church awnings near new cars in front of houses they could barely afford but were proud enough of to pose beside. The photographs mattered because photographs were not only memories, they were evidence too. Look at them. Such a nice couple. In the 1950s, a nice couple could be one of the highest compliments available. Nice meant clean, polite, stable, properly dressed, heterosexual, usually church-going, respectable, and unlikely to produce public trouble. Nice meant the wife did not seem too unhappy, and the husband did not seem too weak. Nice meant the house was in order, and the marriage could be trusted to remain quietly behind its own front door. The front door mattered. Behind it, anything might be happening, not always terrible things, often just ordinary human things, misunderstandings, money worries, loneliness, awkward intimacy, dinners that failed, jobs that disappointed, homesickness. The uneasy adjustment of two young people who had been told marriage was natural and were discovering that natural things can still require instruction. But when the front door opened, the marriage became visible again. So the room had to be ready. The ashtrays emptied. The coffee table cleared. The magazines placed at a casual angle that was not casual at all. The good lamp turned on. The wife's lipstick refreshed. The husband's expression adjusted. If guests were coming, the small domestic stage was set before they arrived, because company did not need to know about the argument over money that had happened at 5:40, or the silence that followed it, or the way she'd put the potatoes in the oven with a little more force than potatoes strictly required. Guests entered the finished version. They did not see rehearsal. This was one of the quiet skills of 1950s marriage, the ability to convert private difficulty into public smoothness before the doorbell rang. Some couples became very good at it. So good that they lost track of where the performance ended. They could speak pleasantly in front of others while carrying unfinished sentences under the surface for years. He would pass her the salt. She would say thank you. Everyone at the table would think what a lovely couple. And perhaps they were lovely. That is the complicated part. A marriage could be loving and still disciplined by rules that made honesty difficult. A husband could care deeply for his wife and still expect the house to absorb his moods. A wife could love her husband and still feel the strain of being responsible for his comfort, his meals, his social ease, his mother's opinion, and the emotional atmosphere of every room they occupied together. Love did not cancel the performance. Sometimes love made the performance feel worth it. Sometimes it made the performance more painful, because the person you loved was also the person in front of whom you were least allowed to fall apart. The perfect couple was especially important in the first years. These were the years when everyone was watching for signs. Was she keeping house well? Was he advancing at work? Were they saving money? Were they getting along? Was there a baby yet? Were they attending church? Did they seem happy? Did she speak well of him? Did he seem proud of her? Did they fight? Did they fight too little? Which could also become suspicious because complete smoothness sometimes made people wonder what was being hidden. The inspection was endless because it was informal. Formal tests can be passed. Informal tests simply continue. A young wife might realize slowly that she was being graded on things no one had taught her directly. The way she introduced her husband, the way she accepted compliments about the house, the way she spoke about money, the way she looked when he told a story she'd heard before, the way she handled his irritation in front of others, the way she made his success appear both impressive and natural, as if of course he was doing well, of course she was proud, of course there had never been any doubt. A young husband was graded too. On the steadiness of his work, the way he spoke about his wife, the cut of his suit, the reliability of his car, the condition of his lawn, if there was a lawn, the confidence with which he carried the small authority marriage had given him. He was supposed to be kind but not soft, helpful but not dominated, devoted but not dependent, proud of his wife but not overshadowed by her. There were rules even for tenderness. You could see them at parties. The couple who touched too much drew attention. The couple who did not touch at all drew attention. The husband who praised his wife too warmly seemed sentimental. The husband who never praised her seemed cold. The wife who corrected her husband in public committed a small social crime. The wife who never spoke at all might be pitied, though usually not to her face. Everything had to be balanced. The perfect couple lived in the balance, and balance is tiring. At night, after guests left or the office party ended after the smiles had been returned to their proper drawers, the young couple might sit in the car for a moment before going inside. The street would be quiet, porch lights glowing, a dog barking somewhere far away, her gloves in her lap, his hands still on the steering wheel though the engine was off. Perhaps the evening had gone well. Perhaps everyone had liked them. Perhaps they had been admired, approved of, folded neatly into the world of married adults where they had wanted so badly to belong, and yet under the approval there might be another feeling, a faint exhaustion, a sense that they had spent the evening not only being together, but demonstrating togetherness. Not only loving each other, but presenting love in the approved shape. Not only living a marriage, but displaying one. He might say that went all right. She might say, I think so. And then they would go inside, because the house was waiting. The dishes were waiting. The workday was waiting. The next invitation was waiting. The next question was waiting. And somewhere under all of it, the marriage itself was waiting too. Still young, still forming, still trying to become real, beneath the polished version everyone wanted to see. The perfect couple had made their appearance. Now they had to go home and live with it. By Monday morning, the perfect couple had to separate into their appointed halves. The house was still dim when he rose. The wedding gifts were still new enough to look slightly out of place, the towels too fluffy, the plates too clean, the silverware still carrying the shine of other people's approval. His shoes waited near the bed. His shirt hung from the closet door. His tie had been chosen the night before, or perhaps that morning, with the quiet urgency of a man who understood that looking steady was part of being steady. Outside the street had that early weekday hush. A milk truck somewhere, a car door closing, the low mechanical cough of an engine warming up in a driveway. Porch lights fading as the sky slowly turned the colour of dishwater, and there he was no longer a groom, a husband. The word had weight. It did not announce itself dramatically. It simply followed him into the bathroom, into the mirror, into the collar button that would not cooperate, into the small kitchen where coffee was beginning to smell like responsibility. He might still be 22, 24, 26, still young enough to remember being one of the boys, still young enough to feel slightly fraudulent in a suit. But the world had changed its tone with him. Yesterday, or not very long ago, people had asked what he planned to do. Now they asked how he planned to provide. That was the difference. In much of 1950s America, a husband's worth was measured quietly and repeatedly through the paycheck. Not only the amount, though the amount mattered, but the reliability of it, the regularity, the promise that every Friday or every other Friday, the household would be held up again by the same familiar envelope, the same bank deposit, the same proof that the man had gone out into the world and returned with something solid. A paycheck was not just money. It was evidence of masculinity. It said he was serious. It said he was dependable. It said his wife could buy groceries, pay the rent, plan meals, dream cautiously about furniture, and one day perhaps bring a baby into a house that would not collapse under the cost of diapers and doctor visits and a crib bought on time. It said the marriage had a floor under it, and if the paycheck was late, small, uncertain, or missing, the floor began to creak. Men were not supposed to say this frightened them. That was one of the rules. A husband could complain about traffic. He could grumble about his boss. He could say the coffee at the office was terrible. The new fellow in sales was an idiot. The weather was miserable and taxes were getting out of hand. These were acceptable forms of pressure release. Small steam valves in the machine. But he was not supposed to sit at the breakfast table and say, "I'm scared I will fail you." He was not supposed to say, "I do not know if this job will last." He was not supposed to say, "I lie awake doing arithmetic in my head while you sleep beside me." He was not supposed to say, "I thought becoming a husband would make me feel like a man, but mostly it has made me aware of how much can go wrong." So he put on the tie. The tie was useful that way. A strip of cloth drawn tight at the throat, making the man appear assembled even when the thoughts under his hair were not assembled at all. He shaved. He combed his hair. He checked his reflection with the practical severity of someone inspecting a tool. Presentable, that was the word. Presentable at the office, presentable to neighbours, presentable to his wife, presentable to himself. At the kitchen table, breakfast had its own little theatre. She might pour the coffee, he might unfold the paper. If they were newly married, both might still be performing a slightly polished version of mourning, as if some invisible older couple were watching from the corner and grading their progress. He thanked her for the toast. She asked if he would be home at the usual time. He said he expected so. The sentences were ordinary, almost weightless, but under them was the arrangement. He was leaving to earn. She was staying to make the earning mean something. That was how it was supposed to work. The house did not simply need money. It needed his money transformed into domestic proof, rent into respectability, groceries into dinner, a refrigerator payment into modern comfort, a lawnmower into neighbourhood standing, a sofa into the suggestion that the young couple had taste and prospects and were not merely improvising adulthood in rooms full of borrowed chairs. The husband's job did not end when he left the office. It followed him home in every object his paycheck was expected to justify. The pressure was especially sharp because post-war America had sold men a very particular dream. A good job, a modest home, a wife who smiled when he came through the door, children in clean clothes, a car in the driveway, maybe a television set glowing in the evening, maybe a yard, maybe a grill, maybe a sense that after depression, war rationing, loss and uncertainty, a man could finally build a life so orderly that fear would have no place to stand. But fear is resourceful. It can stand almost anywhere. It stood in the bills tucked into a drawer. It stood in the office where a supervisor's tone could ruin an afternoon. It stood in the moment a younger man was hired sharp and eager and willing to work late. It stood in the small hesitation before telling a wife that the raise had not come through. It stood in the sound of the car making a noise it had not made before. And because fear had no approved language, it often came out disguised. As irritation, as silence, as a newspaper lifted a little higher, as a drink poured a little sooner, as a sharp answer to a harmless question about the budget. The husband who had to provide and never look weak was not always cruel. That would be too simple. Many were loving men, decent men trying sincerely to do what they had been told a good man did. They worked long days. They took jobs they did not love because the jobs were stable. They wore hats in weather that did not require them because the public image of adulthood had accessories. They endured bosses, commutes, office politics, aching backs, lunch eaten too quickly, and the slow narrowing of youthful possibility into monthly obligation. Some were proud of it. Some should have been proud. Providing was real work. Holding a family together financially was not a small thing. A steady man could be a shelter, and many families were genuinely held by that steadiness. There were husbands who came home tired and still fixed. The screen door read to the children, listened to their wives, and carried their private worries with as much grace as they could manage. But even grace has a cost when no one is allowed to call it strain. The culture gave men authority, but it also gave them a script so narrow they could hardly breathe inside it. Be strong but not tender in the wrong setting. Be loving but not dependent. Be successful but do not admit ambition makes you anxious. Lead the household but somehow know where you're going. Listen to your wife but not so much that people think she runs the house. Care for your children but do not become too soft. Need nothing, fear nothing, hold everything. This was the bargain, or at least one version of it. Public authority in exchange for private silence. The big chair in the living room in exchange for the expectation that the man sitting in it would never confess how heavy the day had been. The title of a head of household in exchange for being the wall everyone leaned against whether or not the wall had cracks. And the cracks were there. They appeared at work first often. A man might sit at his desk or stand on a factory floor or drive his route or meet clients with a strange double consciousness. Outwardly he was doing the job. Inwardly he was calculating. Rent, groceries, gasoline, insurance, doctor, shoes for the baby they did not yet have but everyone expected soon. A washing machine his wife wanted or perhaps needed, though need and want were often sorted by whoever controlled the money. There was pride in paying. There was also power. That is another thing the paycheck carried. In many households, the husband's income gave him final authority even when he did not use it harshly. His work outside the home was treated as the real economic engine, while her work inside the home was treated as love duty or natural feminine competence. The money had his name attached to it. The labour had hers dissolved into the atmosphere. He could say, "I work hard for this family," and be understood immediately. She could work from morning until night and still have to explain why she was tired. That imbalance did not make every husband selfish. It made selfishness easier to hide inside normal. A good man might hand over his paycheck and trust his wife to manage the household money. Another might keep control, tightly doling out cash with a seriousness that made every purchase feel like a request. Some couples negotiated quietly and fairly. Some did not. Some wives knew the household budget better than their husbands ever would. Some husbands had no idea how much their authority depended on work they never counted. But outside the front door, people saw the same thing. He provided. That was the word that covered everything. At the office, other men reinforced it without needing to discuss it directly. They joked about wives spending money. They complained about bills. They boasted about overtime. They compared car payments, mortgage rates, tools, lawn care, and the cost of children, as if discussing these things casually could make the pressure less intimate. A man who admitted worry too plainly risked lowering himself in the eyes of men who were carrying the same worry and pretending not to. So the jokes did the work. The little jokes about needing a second job to pay for his wife's curtains. The little jokes about the boss owning him from 9 to 5 and the wife owning him after that. The little jokes about marriage being expensive, women being mysterious children costing a fortune, and a man never being allowed to sit down. The jokes were funny enough, They were also coded distress signals sent out into rooms where no one was expected to answer honestly. By late afternoon, the husband gathered himself again for the return home. This too was part of the role. He could not simply walk back into the house as a tired body full of private defeats. He had to come home as the man of the house. Maybe weary, yes. Weariness was allowed if it proved he had worked, but not broken, not frightened, not uncertain in a way that required care from others before he had received his own. The briefcase helped, the hat helped, the ritual helped. The drive home or the train ride or the walk from the bus stop gave him time to move from employee to husband, from subordinate to authority, from a man who had spent the day answering to someone else into a man expected to be answered to in his own home. That transition could be comforting. It could also be dangerous depending on how much humiliation he had swallowed before reaching the front door. At home the house waited. So did she. And this is where the next part of the marriage begins, because his role did not exist alone. The husband who had to provide and never look weak required beside him a wife who'd been taught to make his strength believable. A wife who knew when to ask about the day, when not to ask, when to bring the coffee, when to quiet the children, when to soften the room around him so gently that he might mistake the softness for peace instead of labor. He turned the key. He stepped inside. And the house, if everything had gone according to plan, was ready to receive the man everyone needed him to be. The door opened and the whole house seemed to hold its breath. Not dramatically, not in a way anyone would have named, just a small shift in the air, the sort of shift a wife learned to feel before she knew she had learned it. The key in the lock, the brief scrape of shoes on the mat, the familiar pause in the hallway as he set down his hat or loosened his coat, or stood for 1 second between the outside world and the home that had been prepared to receive him. And there she was, not just his wife, the atmosphere. That was one of the quieter expectations placed on a married woman in 1950s America. She was not only supposed to love her husband, cook meals, keep house, raise children when they arrived, remember birthdays, manage laundry, write thank you notes, attend church and look pleasant in photographs. She was supposed to make the whole arrangement feel natural, effortless, smooth, as if marriage itself were a room she'd already dusted before anyone walked in. A good wife did not simply do the work. She made the work disappear. That was the trick. By the time her husband came home, the evidence of her day was supposed to be reduced to results. Dinner underway, table set, floor swept, hair fixed, lipstick refreshed. Children quiet if there were children. Laundry folded somewhere out of sight. Worries placed temporarily in a drawer. The house not necessarily perfect because perfection was expensive and not always possible, but composed. Composed was the word. A house like a woman was supposed to gather itself before being seen, and she gathered it. She gathered the house, the meal, the children, the bills, the small disappointments, the noise, the dust, the heat from the oven, the ache in her feet, and the question she had meant to ask him, but now perhaps would not. She gathered all of it and turned toward the door with a face that said, "Welcome home." This was considered love, and sometimes it was love. It would be too simple to say that every gesture was false. Many wives cared deeply. They wanted their husbands to feel safe at home. They wanted the little house or apartment to be warm after a long day. They wanted dinner to taste good. They wanted marriage to work. There was tenderness in setting a plate down carefully and remembering how he took his coffee in, smoothing the bedroom quilt because he liked the room tidy, though he may never have said so directly. But tenderness and training can live in the same hand. The 1950s wife had been trained by everything around her. Magazines, mothers, neighbours, advertisements, churchwomen, home economics classes, advice columns, older sisters, and the quiet consequences that followed any woman who seemed to be failing at domestic grace. No one needed to stand in the kitchen and say, "Your job is to make this marriage look easy." The instruction had already been absorbed years earlier in living rooms and bridal showers and department stores in the approving way people spoke of a woman who kept a lovely home. A lovely home meant many things. It meant the curtains were clean. It meant the husband was fed. It meant the children, when they came, looked cared for. It meant guests could drop by without exposing chaos. It meant the wife did not sound bitter. That last part mattered more than anyone admitted. A woman could be tired. Of course she was tired. Everyone knew housework was work in the abstract the way people know. The ocean is deep without wanting to swim too far into it. But tiredness had to be expressed carefully. Too much complaint made a woman seem ungrateful. Too little, and she became invisible even to herself. So she learned a middle language, a light sigh, a joke about the laundry. A comment that the baby had been a handful today, said with a smile that reassured everyone the handful had not truly shaken her. She became fluent in minimizing. The roast was only a little trouble. The baby was only a little fussy. The budget was only a little tight. She was only a little worn out. Only was a very useful word. It kept the room calm, and calm was part of her assignment. In many households, the wife's emotional labour was treated as a natural feature of femininity rather than a form of management. She was expected to know when he needed quiet, when he needed praise, when he needed to be left alone, when he needed to be gently encouraged, when his irritation was about work and not about her, though of course it still landed in her kitchen. She learned to read his shoulders, the weight of his steps, the way he closed a cabinet, the silence before he answered a question. This was a skill. Nobody called it a skill. The husband's work had a title: salesman, accountant, mechanic, engineer, clerk, manager, driver, foreman. His effort could be named, scheduled, paid, taxed, promoted, and discussed. Her work often dissolved into the ordinary condition of things being fine. If dinner appeared, if shirts were clean, if appointments were remembered, if his mother received a birthday card, if the living room was ready for guests, if the children behaved well enough in public, then nothing had happened. Things had simply gone as they should. A successful wife produced the illusion that no one was working very hard. That illusion could take an entire day. The morning began before the house fully admitted it was morning. Coffee, breakfast, beds, dishes. Planning dinner while clearing breakfast because domestic time folded back on itself constantly. Laundry started early if the weather was good for drying. Floors checked. Groceries considered, meat thawed, coupons clipped, phone calls made in the telephone, voice the one that sounded rested even when she was standing beside a sink full of dishes, with one stocking beginning to sag. If she had children, the day multiplied, shoes lost, cereal spilled, a fever suspected, a school note forgotten until the last minute, a small body needing comfort at exactly the moment the milk boiled over. And still, when someone asked what she did all day, the answer was supposed to be simple. She was home, as if home were a place of rest by definition. Home was not restful for the person responsible for making it restful. That was the private joke of the whole arrangement, except it was not usually told as a joke. The wife's appearance was part of the performance too. Not formal, not glamorous. Not as if she'd been waiting at the door like an actress in a stage play, though some advice of the era came dangerously close to suggesting exactly that. The preferred look was pleasant readiness, hair managed, dress neat, apron removed if company might see, Lipstick fresh enough to suggest care, but not so fresh it looked like desperation. A woman was expected to look as if she respected her husband enough to be attractive for him, but not as if she had spent the day thinking about herself. This required calculation. Of course it did. A house dress could not look careless. A nicer dress could not look impractical. Shoes had to be comfortable enough to survive the kitchen, but presentable enough for the front door. The face had to say, "I am happy to see you," not "I have been scrubbing the bathtub and arguing with the grocery budget since 10 this morning, and would like to sit down in silence for approximately 3 years. So she smiled. Again the smile, the same public smile from the wedding now translated into daily use. It greeted him at the door. It answered the telephone. It thanked his boss's wife for inviting them. It reassured her mother that everything was fine. It told the neighbour that marriage was wonderful, just wonderful. It appeared over casseroles, behind coffee cups, beside cribs in church pews under hats, and in photographs where the children leaned against her skirt, and the husband stood slightly behind or beside her, forming the shape everyone recognized as family. The smile did not always mean she was unhappy. That would be too flat. Sometimes the smile was real. Sometimes she did feel proud of the house, proud of the meal, proud of the little life she was building out of paychecks and recipes and careful saving. Sometimes she heard his key in the door and genuinely brightened. Sometimes she watched him lift the baby or fix the broken latch or fall asleep in the chair after work and felt a tenderness so deep it had no need of public language. But other times the smile was a bridge between what she felt and what the room required. This was the part marriage advice rarely lingered on. The wife was not simply asked to perform tasks, she was asked to regulate the meaning of those tasks. Cooking dinner could not look like drudgery. It had to look like care. Cleaning could not look like endless maintenance. It had to look like pride. Budgeting could not look like anxiety. It had to look like thrift. Swallowing hurt could not look like silence forced by expectation. It had to look like maturity. The same action could be renamed until it became acceptable. That was one of the small brutalities of the period. A woman did not always have to be content, but she often had to translate discontent into something more usable. Patience, devotion, good humour, keeping things nice. Keeping things nice was its own empire. Nice curtains, nice manners, nice children, nice dinner, nice tone, nice marriage, nice wife. The word sounded gentle, almost harmless, but it could flatten a life if pressed down hard enough. Nice did not leave much space for rage. Nice did not know what to do with boredom. Nice had no convenient shelf for ambition. Nice could tolerate sadness only if sadness remained quiet, dignified, and brief. And so the wife learned timing. She learned that the moment he came home was not the time to mention the bill. The moment before dinner was not the time to describe her loneliness. The moment after he had dealt with his mother was not the time to ask why his mother's opinions seemed to matter more than hers. The moment when the children were crying was not the time to cry herself. There was almost never a good time, which is one way silence becomes a habit. A practical woman adapted. That was the compliment. She knew how to handle him. That was another compliment. No one asked why a grown man required handling in the first place, or why the handling was proof of her goodness rather than evidence of a system that had assigned her the invisible work of keeping everyone emotionally upright. Still, she did it. Not because she was foolish, not because she lacked depth, not because she believed every word printed in the magazines. Many women understood more than they said. They knew which rules were unfair. They knew which compliments were traps. They knew when praise for being a good wife really meant gratitude that she had not made anyone uncomfortable with the truth. But understanding a cage does not always open it. Sometimes it only teaches you where the bars are. By evening, after he'd come home, after dinner had been served, after dishes had been washed, after the children were settled, or the neighbours had left, or the television had filled the room with the soft blue light of another perfect family, the wife might sit for a moment with her hands in her lap. The house was quiet, or quiet enough. Her husband was reading the paper. The kitchen light was still on. Somewhere a dish towel hung damp over the sink. From the outside everything looked peaceful, and perhaps some of it was. But peace made by one person's constant adjustment is not the same as peace shared equally. That distinction had not yet been given much room in the language of ordinary marriage, not in 1955, not in the kitchen, not in the advice column, not in the bridal shower where the young wife had been given mixing bowls and told with great affection that the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, as if the rest of him did not require navigation. So she learned. She learned the house. She learned the marriage. She learned his moods. She learned the budget. She learned which subjects could wait and which subjects might never find an opening. She learned how to make effort look like ease and loneliness look like quiet and competence look like love. And in the morning, before anyone praised her or noticed her or understood the machinery she was about to set in motion again, she would rise into the soft grey light of another day and begin building the marriage from the inside, one invisible task at a time. Morning did not belong to the person who woke first. It belonged to the marriage. That is one of the things a young wife learned after the wedding photographs were put away, after the thank you notes were mailed, after the new towels had lost their department store stiffness and become simply towels. The morning looked private. It looked like two people in a small house or apartment moving softly through the grey light before the day had fully begun. But it was not quite private. Not really. The whole structure was there before anyone spoke. The alarm rang and already the roles were waiting. He was the one who had to leave. She was the one who had to make leaving possible. He moved toward the job. She moved toward the conditions that allowed the job to be faced with a clean shirt, a cup of coffee, a packed lunch, if the household required it, and the small reassurance that home was already functioning before the outside world began making demands. It sounds simple. It was not simple. The morning was a choreography, and in many 1950s homes the wife was the one who learned every step until the dance looked natural. She knew which floorboard creaked. She knew how long the coffee took to perk. She knew whether he liked eggs on work days or only toast because eggs made the kitchen smell too heavy before 8. She knew where his socks were, where the clean handkerchiefs were kept, whether his white shirts were ready, and which tie looked respectable without looking as if he had tried too hard. He knew some of these things too, of course. He was not helpless by nature, but marriage had a way of assigning knowledge. Certain knowledge became masculine. The car, the paycheck, the insurance papers, the ladder in the garage, the strange noise in the furnace that might become expensive. Other knowledge became feminine. The coffee, the cuffs, the timing, the emotional weather before breakfast, the gentle prevention of small disasters before they became visible. She rose quietly if she woke before him. In some houses she slipped from the bed while the room was still blue with early light, careful not to disturb the man who needed rest because his work was considered the work that counted. In other houses they rose together, but even then the morning divided quickly. He shaved. She made the bed or began breakfast or checked that the shirt hanging from the closet door did not have a mark on the collar. He ran water in the bathroom sink. She ran water in the kitchen sink. 2 little rivers of responsibility flowing in different rooms. The bathroom held his preparation. The kitchen held hers. His face appeared in the mirror under the hard little light above the medicine cabinet. Razor, soap, towel, hair combed back, jaw inspected, tie adjusted. A man's morning was supposed to produce readiness, not beauty, not charm, readiness. He had to look clean, steady, employable, and undistracted by domestic trouble. If the marriage was doing its job, he would step into the world appearing as if nothing inside the house had complicated him. Her preparation was stranger because it often had to happen between other tasks. She might brush her hair, then check the toast, powder her face, then pour coffee, find her stockings, then remember the newspaper on the porch. A wife did not always have the luxury of completing herself in one uninterrupted sequence. She assembled the morning around everyone else's needs, and then stepped into it as if she'd been calm the whole time. This was one of the invisible arts, the art of appearing ready after making everyone else ready first. If there were no children yet, the morning had a certain nervous neatness. The young couple was still learning each other's rhythms. How much conversation was expected before coffee, whether he wanted the paper at the table, whether she should sit with him or keep moving, whether a kiss goodbye should happen at the door in the kitchen or not every day, because even affection has habits, and habits become messages very quickly. If children had arrived, the morning multiplied. A baby crying before the coffee was done, a toddler refusing shoes, a school-aged child unable to find a book that had been in plain sight the night before, cereal on the floor, milk warming in a pan, a lunchbox needing wax paper, hair ribbons, lost mittens, a diaper that chose its moment with perfect comic cruelty. And in the middle of it, the husband's departure still had to remain dignified, because the working man leaving for the day was one of the household's central rituals. The house might be chaos around the edges, but his shirt had to be clean, his coffee had to be poured. His morning could not be allowed to collapse entirely, because if his morning collapsed, the story said the household had failed at its first duty of the day. This was not always fair. Fairness was not the organizing principle. Smoothness was. A good morning in this world was one in which nothing important appeared difficult. The coffee was there, the toast was there. The children, if present, were contained enough not to send him into the day already frayed. The wife's voice was pleasant. The newspaper did not become a battlefield. The bills were not mentioned unless absolutely necessary. The leaking faucet could wait. Her headache could wait. Her worry about the grocery money could wait. Almost everything could wait. That was how mornings worked. They were full of postponement disguised as peace. The breakfast table became the first negotiation of the day, even when the conversation was ordinary. He might read the paper, and the newspaper itself could become a little wall, respectable and made of headlines. She might sit across from him with coffee, watching his eyes move over the front page, waiting for the right opening to ask whether he could stop by the hardware store, whether his mother was still coming Sunday, whether the paycheck would cover the doctor bill, whether they should think about replacing the washing machine before it gave out completely. There was an art to deciding what a man should hear before work. Too much, and she was adding to his burden. Too little, and she was carrying the whole household alone. Many wives chose too little because too little looked more like love. The advice around them often encouraged this, not always in harsh language. Harshness was unnecessary when sweetness could do the same job. The message was usually wrapped in concern for his comfort. Send him into the world with confidence. Do not trouble him with domestic problems first thing. Make breakfast pleasant. Let home be a refuge. Smile when he leaves. A refuge is a beautiful idea, but someone has to build it. And in the 1950s, marriage, the refuge, often had her fingerprints all over it, though they were wiped away before anyone could see. She remembered that he disliked burnt toast. She remembered that his blue shirt needed to be ready for the meeting. She remembered that he had been short-tempered the night before and might be embarrassed by it, so she spoke lightly, offering him the gift of not having to account for himself too early. She remembered that his boss had been difficult. She remembered not to ask too many questions. She remembered everything. He remembered his own things too. The train time, the traffic pattern, the appointment at 10, the way the men at work judged a late arrival, the numbers on the invoice, the pressure in the supervisor's voice, the need to appear competent in rooms where another man's opinion could affect the family's future. He was not strolling away into freedom. He was going to a different set of rules just as tight in their own way. But the morning gave his rules priority. The whole house tilted toward his leaving. His hat, his coat, his lunch, his keys, his briefcase, his kiss at the door if the marriage still included one in that particular way. The children might call goodbye from the kitchen. The wife might stand near the entry, not too clingy, not too distracted, creating the small domestic picture that confirmed the arrangement. There he goes, the provider, the husband, the man with somewhere to be. And after the door closed, there was often a tiny silence. Not loneliness exactly, not relief exactly. Something between the two. The sound of the house exhaling after the public part of the morning had left in a suit. The wife stood for a moment with the coffee cup still on the table, the paper perhaps folded beside his plate, the smell of toast lingering in the air and the whole day now turning toward her. This was when her second morning began. The first morning had been the shared performance, the getting him out the door morning, the marriage morning, the one that carried his work, his image, his comfort, his steadiness, and the household's first proof that it could function. The second morning was the one nobody photographed. Dishes into the sink, bed made properly, crumbs wiped away, children dressed if they were not already, laundry sorted, grocery list started, meat considered for dinner, a mental inventory of what needed doing before he returned, and the house once again had to become not merely a place where labour happened, but a place where labour had apparently resolved itself into comfort. The clock on the wall did not praise her, it only moved, and still there could be beauty in these mornings. The low sun across the linoleum, the first quiet cup of coffee after the door closed, a baby's warm head against her shoulder, the soft thud of the newspaper folded and saved for later. The ordinary courage of beginning again in rooms that were never finished needing her. That is the difficult thing about telling the truth. The morning could be tender and unfair at the same time. It could hold love and imbalance in the same kitchen. It could contain a husband trying his best, a wife trying hers, and a set of rules older than both of them, deciding which effort would be named and which would dissolve into the smell of coffee before anyone thought to ask who had made it. By 8 o'clock the day had begun for him. By 8 o'clock the day had already been underway for her, and on the table between them in the cooling ring left by his coffee cup, the marriage had written its first small lesson of the morning. Some work leaves the house in a briefcase, some work stays behind and becomes the house. By the time he sat down at the breakfast table, the day had already chosen its shape. The coffee was there, the toast was there, the newspaper was folded beside his plate or opened wide enough to make a little wall between his face and the room. His briefcase waited near the door with the solemn patience of an object that knew exactly where it belonged. Her hands moved between table and stove sink and cabinet cup and saucer, as if the morning had been measured out in advance, and she was simply following the marks. This was breakfast. But of course it was never only breakfast. In a 1950s marriage breakfast could be the first test of the household's order. It was the meal that proved the night had been survived, the morning had been managed, and the working man could be sent into the world with his body fed and his image intact. It did not need to be fancy. In many homes it was modest: toast, eggs, cereal, coffee, grapefruit if the household had absorbed that particular ritual from magazines or mothers-in-law or a vague idea of modern health. The important thing was not luxury. The important thing was readiness. His plate said we are functioning. His coffee said you are expected. His clean shirt said someone thought ahead. His lunch, if she packed one, said the household followed him even after he left it. There was affection in these things often. It would be cruel to pretend there was not. A wife might know exactly how brown he liked his toast, because knowing such things is one of the small languages of love. She might pour the coffee before he asked because she wanted to ease him into the day. She might set his lunch in wax paper tucked neatly into a bag or box because saving money mattered, and because feeding someone is one of the oldest ways people say, "Please come back safely." But the same gesture could carry more than one meaning. The coffee could be love. It could also be duty. The toast could be care. It could also be proof. The lunch could be tenderness. It could also be a calculation made under the pressure of a budget that had no room for sandwiches bought downtown. A marriage lived in these overlaps. At the table, the young husband read the paper or tried to read it. The headlines brought the outside world into the kitchen. Politics, war, fears, prices, strikes, weather. Sports, the names of men making decisions in rooms far away. He took in the news as if it belonged to him more naturally than it belonged to her, though she was standing in the same room breathing the same air about, to spend the day managing a private economy just as complicated in its way. She might ask what the paper said. He might summarize, or he might grunt not unkindly, simply already elsewhere, already at the office, already in traffic, already in the meeting, already under the eye of a supervisor whose opinion mattered more than anyone at the breakfast table wanted to admit. She learned the difference between a morning when he wanted conversation and a morning when conversation would be another demand. Some men liked chatter with breakfast. Some wanted silence until the second cup. Some wanted to be asked about their plans because being asked made them feel important. Others felt interrogated by the gentlest question. A wife learned this through trial error and the small punishments of mood. Nobody called it study, but it was study. She studied the angle of the newspaper, the speed of his eating, the way he reached for the sugar, whether he answered before or after swallowing, whether he looked at the clock too often, whether his jaw had that tightness that meant work was already pressing on him before he'd even left the chair. She might have her own worries lined up in her mind like people waiting outside an office. The butcher's bill, the rent, the baby's cough, the tear in his good shirt, the neighbour's comment yesterday that had sounded friendly but was not entirely friendly, the small loneliness that had greeted her before dawn and then politely stepped aside when the day's tasks arrived. But at breakfast she sorted her worries by whether they could safely be spoken. This one could wait. That one must wait. This one would upset him. That one might make him feel blamed. This one could be turned into a joke. That one had no good shape at all. So she poured more coffee. The breakfast table was where many marriages learn to be quiet, not silent in a dramatic way, not a cold silence, at least not always. More often it was a practical silence, a silence made of timing, a silence made of things postponed for later, then later again, then folded into the ordinary fabric of married life, until no one remembered the first morning they were not said. He had his silence too. A man at breakfast might be carrying off his fear, money, fear, body, fear, fatherhood, fear, The dull terror that adulthood had become a set of payments. He was always one misstep away from failing. He might not know how to say any of it. He might not even know that fear was the name. The culture had offered him other words: pressure, responsibility, hard work, a man's lot. So he read the paper. He let the printed columns hold his face, and she let them. That was part of the bargain, though no one had written it down. The newspaper gave him a place to hide respectably. A man could disappear behind it without seeming to disappear. He was not withdrawing. He was staying informed. He was not avoiding a conversation. He was reading about the world. It was a perfect object, really, for a marriage that needed both people to remain close enough to function and far enough apart not to expose too much before 8 in the morning. Across from him or beside the stove, she inhabited her own acceptable disguises. She was not anxious. She was tidying. She was not lonely. She was clearing plates. She was not angry. She was making sure he had enough coffee. This was how marriage could look peaceful while containing a surprising number of unspoken sentences. And still, the scene could be beautiful. Morning light on a check tablecloth, steam lifting from the cup, the radio low in the background, a wife in a neat dress, a husband in a white shirt, the kitchen smelling of toast and soap, and the faint metal warmth of the percolator. From a distance it looks almost impossibly tender. And sometimes it was. Sometimes he reached across the table and touched her wrist. Sometimes she smiled without effort. Sometimes he noticed the new curtains. Sometimes she slipped a note into his lunch and he found it at noon and carried the sweetness of it back to his desk. The old stories were never only dark, they were layered. That is what makes them hard to tell honestly. A breakfast could be both a ritual of care and a daily reinforcement of unequal roles. A briefcase could be both a symbol of dignity and a little leather container for dread. A wife could feel proud of sending her husband into the day well prepared, and also feel the quiet sting of knowing no one would send her into her own day with the same ceremony. Because her work did not leave through the front door, it remained in the rooms. It waited in the sink, in the hamper, in the crib, in the checkbook, in the list, pinned near the telephone, in the dust that returned no matter how recently it had been defeated. When breakfast ended, the shift happened quickly. He folded the paper, or did not fold it, leaving it half open on the table for her to manage later, because objects abandoned by men had a way of becoming women's work without announcement. He pushed back the chair. The chair legs made a brief sound against the floor. He checked the clock. He reached for his jacket. The briefcase came next. The briefcase mattered more than its contents. It might hold papers, invoices, sales materials, a lunch tucked beside documents, a pen, a notebook, a pipe, an apple wrapped in wax paper, or nothing very urgent at all. But in his hand, it changed him. It completed the shape. Man leaving for work. Man with business elsewhere. Man whose value would be measured outside the home and then brought back to it in the form of money fatigue authority and the expectation of dinner. She saw him into that shape every morning, sometimes proudly, sometimes tenderly, sometimes with a resentment so small and quick she barely allowed herself to notice it. At the door, there was the goodbye. This too had rules, though couples made them privately. Some kissed every morning. Some did not. Some kissed if the day felt good, if the children were watching, if one of them was leaving on a trip, if there had been an argument the night before and the kiss was meant to serve as a small public repair. Some said goodbye with a light touch, some with a joke, some with a sentence so ordinary it became the marriage's daily prayer. Have a good day, you too. Except she was not leaving. That was the odd little ache inside the phrase, you too, as if their days were equivalent in direction. His day moved outward into streets and offices and other men's voices. Her day opened inward into rooms that would not stay clean, needs that would not stay met, and work that would have to be done again tomorrow, as evidence that today had been properly lived. The door closed, and then came the first silence of the day. Not the nighttime silence, not the silence after an argument, not the silence of loneliness exactly. The morning silence after the husband left had its own shape. It was the sound of the house rearranging itself around the person who remained. The car pulled away. The engine faded. His steps disappeared down the walk, or the bus door sighed shut at the corner, or the train took him into the city with all the other men in hats and coats, each carrying a briefcase and the private burden of being necessary. Inside she stood for a moment. Just a moment. The cups were still warm. The chair was still slightly out from the table. The newspaper smelled of ink. A crumb rested near his plate. The butter knife lay at the wrong angle. Nothing terrible, nothing dramatic. Just the small evidence of a man having passed through the morning on his way to a world that would recognize his labour. She began to clear the table. The first plate lifted, the first cup carried to the sink, the first running water of the second half of the morning. This was where many women met themselves briefly before the day became too loud with tasks. In that little silence a wife might feel affection. She might miss him already. She might feel relief that the performance had gone smoothly. She might feel irritation at the newspaper left behind. She might feel all of it at once, because human beings are rarely as tidy as the kitchens they are expected to keep. Then the silence ended. A child called. The phone rang. The kettle needed attention. The washing had to be started. The butcher closed early on Wednesdays. The neighbour might stop by. The bed had to be made before the room lost its morning freshness. The marriage had completed its first public act of the day, and now it became invisible again, tucked into routine's objects, and the quiet arithmetic of a wife standing at the sink while the world outside called her husband employed and called her simply home. The briefcase was gone. The breakfast dishes remained. And in that difference, the whole arrangement could be read if anyone had been trained to look closely enough. The paycheck did not look powerful when it arrived. It was just paper, a small envelope perhaps folded and carried home in a jacket pocket, or a check stub tucked into a billfold, or cash placed carefully on the kitchen table, counted once by him, then again by her, though in some houses the second counting happened only after he had left the room. It did not arrive with music. It did not announce itself like a wedding ring or a new refrigerator or a baby photograph in the mail. But the paycheck was one of the central objects in a 1950s marriage. It was the little paper hinge on which the whole household turned. The rent turned on it. The groceries turned on it. The car payment turned on it. The doctor, bill, the church envelope, the new shoes, the insurance, the Christmas gifts bought early, and hidden in the back of the closet, the washing machine paid off in installments. The sofa chosen after 3 visits to the furniture store because making the wrong choice would mean looking at your own mistake every evening for years. Everything seemed to pass through that envelope, and because it passed through his work first, it carried his authority with it. That was the quiet power of the paycheck. In many 1950s households, the husband earned the money and the wife managed the daily spending of it. At least that was the polite version. The real version depended on the couple, the class, the region, the temperament of the husband, the skill of the wife, and how much money there was to manage in the first place. Some husbands handed over nearly everything and trusted their wives to run the household with impressive precision. Some kept control tightly and gave their wives a weekly amount for groceries and household needs. Some couples talked openly. Some did not talk at all except through receipt sighs and the sound of coins being placed in a jar. Money was intimate. That was the problem. People liked to pretend it was practical. Dollars and cents, bills and budgets, paydays and prices. But inside a marriage, money was never only practical. Money decided who could ask, who could refuse, who had to explain who could spend without guilt, and who had to make a case for a new pair of shoes as if presenting evidence before a small domestic court. A wife might be given an allowance. Such a harmless word. Allowance. It sounded almost girlish, as if the wife were still a daughter receiving a few dollars for the week, instead of an adult woman responsible for converting one man's wages into the appearance of a stable home. The allowance might cover groceries, cleaning supplies, children's needs, household odds and ends, and perhaps a little personal money if there were any left, which there often was not. It had to stretch. That was the word everyone admired. She stretched the money. She stretched meat with casseroles. She stretched soup with crackers. She stretched old curtains with fresh washing and clever hemming. She stretched shoes through another season. She stretched her own wants until they became so thin they could be folded away without taking up much room. And if she did it well, people praised her husband for providing a nice life. This was not always malicious. It was structural. A man brought home the wage. That wage was visible. It had a number. It could be compared, raised, reduced, envied, or lost. A woman turned that wage into life. That transformation was harder to see. It happened in grocery aisles, at kitchen counters, in the careful choosing of cheaper cuts, in the decision to mend instead of replace, in the ability to know exactly when the baby needed a doctor and when the household could wait one more day, because the doctor cost money and money had already been spoken for. The husband might say, "I work hard for this family." And he did. The wife might think, "So do I." But her work had no envelope. That made it easier to overlook. The household budget often lived in a drawer, a small notebook, a metal box, or simply inside the wife's head, where numbers moved around all day like nervous birds. Rent due Friday, milk bill, butcher, grocer, gasoline, his lunch money, her stockings, children's shoes, a birthday gift for his mother because forgetting his mother's birthday would become her failure, even if the mother had given birth to him personally and might reasonably have been remembered by him. The church collection, the emergency fund if there was one, the imagined future emergency fund if there was not. A wife could know the family's financial life with almost medical intimacy. She knew which bill could be delayed without embarrassment. She knew which grocer might let her run a tab until payday. She knew how much flour was in the canister, how much coffee remained, whether the potatoes could carry one more dinner, and whether the children had noticed that dessert had become simpler toward the end of the month. She knew the economy of small substitutions, beans instead of meat, margarine instead of butter, a homemade cake instead of bakery, a cleaned ribbon instead of a new one. No one called this financial management. They called it being a good wife. And to be fair, many women were very good at it. Brilliant even in the quiet arithmetic of scarcity. They could make a table look generous with very little. They could feed guests without revealing that the budget had been rearranged behind the scenes, like furniture moved quickly before company arrived. They could turn leftovers into something with a new name and present it with enough confidence that no one dared call it leftovers. This was skill. This was intelligence. This was unpaid domestic economics performed in an apron. But because the paycheck had his name on it, the final power often remained with him, even when she was the one keeping the family afloat day by day. He could approve the large purchase. He could delay it. He could say they could not afford it. He could say they could, which might feel generous even when the thing being bought was a washing machine that would reduce her labour more than anyone else's. He could decide that a new car mattered, or a television mattered, or that her winter coat could last one more year. Sometimes he was right. Sometimes he was careful because he had to be. Sometimes there truly was not enough. That is important. Many 1950s families were not living inside the glossy magazine version of abundance. Many were balancing real costs against modest wages, trying to build a future on a paycheck that had to behave itself every single week. A husband saying no was not always dominance. Sometimes it was fear speaking in the only language available to him, but sometimes fear and dominance wore the same suit. That was where money became dangerous, not always loudly, not always cruelly, often quietly in little habits that trained a wife to ask before needing to apologize, before buying to frame every personal expense as unavoidable. She might say I had to get stockings, not I wanted, had to. She might say they were on sale. She might show the receipt before being asked because showing it first seemed less humiliating than waiting for the question. How much did that cost? A small question. A very large room could fit inside it. The wife's personal money was its own strange category. If she had worked before marriage, she may have had money that once felt like hers. Wages from typing, teaching, nursing, retail office work, factory work depending on her life and class and circumstances. Money she earned, held, spent, saved, used for lipstick, bus fare, movie tickets, gifts, little lunches with girlfriends, small freedoms that did not require explanation. Then marriage reorganized the meaning of money. If she stopped working, as many women were expected to after marriage, or especially after children, her access to money became mediated through the household. Even if the husband was kind, even if he never intended to make her feel small, something changed when every dollar she spent had first arrived through him. The money might be for both of them. The marriage might be a partnership in name and in affection. But the root of the money mattered. Roots create power. If she continued working, that brought another set of tensions. In some families her wages were welcome, necessary even. In others they were treated as temporary supplemental, almost decorative. Pin money, people sometimes called it, as if a woman's income were for ribbons and stockings rather than rent, food, school supplies, or the quiet hope of breathing more easily. A married woman earning money could complicate the household story. Was he not providing enough? Was she too independent? Was the job just until the baby came? Surely it was just until the baby came. The culture liked a wife's labour when it disappeared into the home. It became less comfortable when that labour came with a paycheck of its own, because a paycheck gave a woman something more than money. It gave her a form of proof that her time had market value, proof that she could leave the house and be useful elsewhere, proof that other people could know her by her own name, not merely as Mrs. Somebody, proof that the world outside the kitchen had not forgotten how to speak to her directly. That proof could be threatening, not to every husband. Some were proud, some needed the income, some knew perfectly well that their wives were capable and respected them for it. But the ideal image of 1950s marriage preferred the wife's economic dependence to look like security and the husband's economic power to look like protection. When both people believed that story, it could feel warm. When one person began to notice the imbalance underneath it, the room changed temperature. The allowance became less harmless. The grocery money became less neutral. The phrase "ask your husband" became less like advice and more like a locked door. Still, most of the conflict around money did not happen in dramatic scenes. It happened in small domestic negotiations. the wife standing in a store holding two brands and calculating not only price but consequence, the husband opening a bill and going quiet, the couple discussing whether to buy on credit because credit could feel like modern progress or like a trap wearing a salesman's smile, the decision to host dinner even though the budget did not welcome guests because social life had costs and refusing invitations had cost too. Respectability was expensive. That was one of its secrets. A respectable marriage needed clothing, church donations, gifts, holiday cards, curtains, properly repaired appliances, shoes that did not look worn out in public, and a table that could receive company without apology. Poverty had to be hidden. Near poverty had to be disguised. Strain had to be ironed flat before anyone saw it. The wife often did the ironing, literally and socially. She knew how to make the house look less worried than it was. She knew which meals appeared generous. She knew how to speak lightly about watching the pennies without sounding desperate. She knew when not to invite people over. She knew when inviting people over was necessary precisely because not inviting them would make people wonder. She knew the price of belonging, and she paid parts of it in thought before a single dollar left the purse. The purse itself was symbolic. A woman's purse in the 1950s could hold lipstick, compact tissues, keys, a grocery list, coupons, coins, perhaps a little folded cash, and the private knowledge of how close the household was to the edge that week. It looked neat on her arm. It matched her shoes if she was careful. It suggested femininity, polish, readiness. But inside sometimes was the entire emotional budget of the family folded into compartments. His wallet held money. Her purse held decisions. There is a difference. At night the money might come up after dinner when the plates were cleared and the children, if there were children, had been sent to bed or at least out of the earshot. He might sit with the bills. She might stand nearby with a dish towel in her hands, offering details he had not asked for because she knew them and because the bills could not really be understood without the life behind them. The grocery bill is higher because your brother came Sunday. The doctor was for the baby's cough. The shoes were not optional. The school wanted the money by Friday. The old washing machine is costing more in repairs than a new one would, though. Saying this too directly might sound like wanting something. He listened, or half listened, or listened and felt accused. This was the cruelty of money in a marriage where one person earned and the other managed. Information could sound like blame. Need could sound like criticism. A wife could report reality, and a husband could hear failure. A husband could express worry, and a wife could hear control. Neither had to be wrong for the conversation to hurt. Many couples found ways through it. They had to. They developed little systems, envelopes for categories, cash in jars, a notebook, a payday routine, a weekly discussion, a silent understanding that she would handle groceries and he would handle rent, or that he would hand over a certain amount and she would not ask questions about what remained, or that she would ask for money on Friday morning because Friday evening was a bad time and Saturday after breakfast was worse. Marriage created calendars no one else could read, and beneath all of it was the old promise of the wedding ring. I will take care of you. Such a beautiful sentence, such a complicated one. Who is taking care of whom? With what money? With whose labour? Under whose name? At what cost? And who gets thanked for the care when the house is warm, the table is set, the bills are barely paid, and no one outside sees how close it came to not working? In the public story, the husband provided. In the private reality, provision entered the home as raw material, and the wife had to turn it into life. She turned it into breakfast curtains, children's socks, a birthday cake, a doctor appointment, a polite excuse, a postponed purchase, a patched cuff, a dinner that looked more abundant than it was, and the steady illusion that the family was doing just fine. And perhaps they were doing fine. Fine is a wide word. It can hold comfort. It can hold worry. It can hold love. It can hold resentment. It can hold a wife counting coins in the pantry, and a husband staring at the ceiling at midnight, both trying to protect the other from the same fear, and both feeling privately that they are carrying it alone. By the end of the month, the paycheck had vanished. Not wasted. Vanished into living. Into rent, food, gasoline, medicine, laundry, soap, church, school, debt, pride appearances, and the small daily purchases that kept the household from revealing how fragile it sometimes felt. The envelope was empty. The purse was light. The bills were marked paid or not quite. The marriage had made it through another cycle, and then payday came again. The little paper hinge, the proof, the power. The husband brought it home, and the wife began once more the quiet work of turning his wages into their life, while the house waited around them, listening for the conversations money made possible and the silences it required. Dinner was supposed to be the reward. That was the picture everyone liked. The husband home from work, the wife in a clean dress, her hair restored from the day's labour into something presentable. The children washed and corrected into a temporary state of civilization. The table set, the plates warm, the smell of meat, potatoes, vegetables, coffee waiting for later, perhaps a pie cooling somewhere if the day had gone well, and the budget had allowed for sweetness. From the outside it looked like peace. And sometimes it was. Sometimes dinner really did feel like the centre of the home, the hour when the day came back together after being scattered into offices, schoolrooms, grocery aisles, laundry lines and errands. Sometimes a husband walked in tired but grateful. Sometimes a wife felt proud of what she had made. Sometimes the children behaved just long enough for everyone to believe the family was becoming the kind of family the photographs had promised. But dinner in a 1950s marriage was rarely only food. Dinner was a performance of order. It was where the household proved that the day had not defeated it. The bills might be waiting in a drawer. The washing machine might be making a bad sound. The baby might have cried for 3 hours. The husband might have been spoken to sharply by his boss. The wife might have spent the afternoon feeling a loneliness she could not explain without sounding ungrateful. But by 6 o'clock or 6:30, or whenever the family gathered, the table was expected to say something simple. "We're all right." The table was supposed to lie beautifully when necessary. A good dinner began long before anyone sat down. It began in the morning when the wife looked into the refrigerator and made a small prediction about the evening. It began with meat thawing, potatoes, peeled carrots, scraped a casserole assembled, a salad chilled, a dessert planned or quietly abandoned. It began with the question every homemaker knew in some form: what can I make that will look like enough food, enough care, enough effort, enough thrift, enough warmth, enough proof that this marriage, this household, this whole arrangement of work and money and expectation was functioning. The dinner table turned money into manners. It turned groceries into respectability. It turned her labour into his comfort. It turned the children into evidence, and it turned feelings into something everyone agreed not to serve. That was one of the rules. Feelings could exist, of course. They existed everywhere. Under the table, behind the smile, in the little pause before answering a question, in the way a fork touched a plate a little too firmly, in the way a husband said nothing about the meal, which might mean he was tired or dissatisfied, or simply a man who had never been taught that noticing a woman's labour out loud was necessary. In the way a wife asked if he wanted more potatoes when what she wanted to ask was whether he had noticed she'd been quiet all evening. But the feelings could not take over the meal. Dinner had a job, A wife was often expected to keep the conversation pleasant. Not meaningless exactly, but safe. The children's school day, the neighbour's new car, the church supper, the weather, a light story from the grocery store, something amusing the youngest child had said. The kind of conversation that moved gently around the room without breaking anything. His work could enter, but carefully. He could complain about traffic. He could mention a client, a supervisor, a machine at the plant, a report, a delay, a man in the office who did not know what he was doing. These things were allowed because they confirmed that he had been in the world doing real work. The wife could listen, nod, ask the right questions and offer sympathy in the correct amount. Too little sympathy and she seemed indifferent. Too much, and she made the problem feel larger than he wanted it to feel. Again, calibration. Always calibration. Her day was more complicated. She could describe events, but not in a way that demanded too much attention. She could say the baby was fussy, but not make the baby's fussiness sound like a crisis unless there was fever. She could say the washing machine acted up, but perhaps not mention the repair cost until after he had eaten. She could say her mother called, but not every detail. She could mention being tired only lightly because his tiredness had travelled farther. His tiredness had a commute and a paycheck. Hers had stayed home and was therefore expected to be quieter. This was not always stated. It did not need to be. Everyone knew which kinds of exhaustion counted. At the dinner table, the husband often sat in the position of return, the father's place if there were children, the chair that belonged to him by repetition until no one else thought of sitting there. His plate might be served first, or at least with special attention. His preferences mattered because they were understood to be part of the household's pattern. Less salt, more gravy, coffee after dinner, not during, the meat done a certain way, the crust not too dark. A wife could know these details so well that they became invisible. He liked dinner at a certain time. He disliked being asked questions the moment he sat down. He did not want the children correcting him. He preferred the radio off. He wanted the news after dinner. He never said thank you for the peas because peas had become part of the normal functioning of the world. The children learned the table rules early. Sit up, napkin in lap. Do not interrupt your father. Do not make faces at the food. Do not mention unpleasant subjects. Do not reach. Do not whine. Do not bring trouble to the table unless it could be handled in a sentence. The dinner table was not only a place to eat, it was a school for emotional containment. A child might learn that father's mood mattered before anyone explained why. A child might learn that mother's smile changed shape when company was present. A child might learn that a dropped glass could feel larger on some evenings than on others, depending on what the adults had carried into the room without naming. Children are excellent historians of atmosphere. They know the weather before they know the map. And in many homes, the dinner table taught them how to read the marriage. If the parents were warm, the room softened. If the father told a joke, everyone relaxed. If the mother laughed too quickly, one of the older children might glance up. If a question about money slipped out and the air changed, even a small child understood that something had crossed an invisible line. The fork slowed, the chair creaked, the subject was moved elsewhere. How was school? Did you finish your arithmetic? Would anyone like more bread? Bread was useful. Bread could cover almost anything. The table also had a strange relationship with gratitude. The family was supposed to be grateful. Grateful for food, for work, for shelter, for the wife who prepared it, for the husband who paid for it, for the children who made the home feel complete, though children did not always cooperate with their symbolic function. A prayer before dinner in many households gave this gratitude a formal shape. Heads bowed, Hands still, words spoken over the meal. Bless this food, bless this family, bless the hands that prepared it. And then after amen, the hands that prepared it reached for the serving spoon and began again. There was comfort in the ritual. It would be unfair to ignore that. The same table, the same plates, the same sound of chairs, the same ordinary meals repeating across years. Meatloaf, pot roast, tuna casserole, chicken on Sunday, leftovers disguised with enough confidence to deserve their new name. The repetition could hold a family together. It could make children feel safe. It could give a tired man a place to land and a tired woman a visible result at the end of a day whose other accomplishments had already begun to undo themselves. But repetition can also become a lid. The same table that held comfort could hold silence just as well. A wife might sit across from her husband and know exactly how to move the meal along without touching the thing between them. The thing might be money, or intimacy, or his mother, or the fact that she had cried in the afternoon and then washed her face before anyone came home, or the fact that he hated his job but had no acceptable way to say it without threatening the entire story of who he was supposed to be. Dinner was not the place. That was the phrase spoken or unspoken. Not in front of the children, not while he is eating, not after the day he has had, not when everything is finally calm, not now. There was almost never a now. So the thing waited. It waited beside the salt shaker. It waited under the folded napkin. It waited in the kitchen while dishes were washed. It waited in the living room while the television came on. It waited until bedtime when both people were too tired or too defended or too aware of the person beside them in the dark to begin a conversation that might not know how to end. This is how marriages could become quiet without anyone deciding to make them so. Not through one grand refusal, but through hundreds of postponed sentences. A husband did not say, "I am afraid I am failing." A wife did not say, "I am disappearing." A child did not say, "I can feel both of you not saying things." Instead, someone asked for the butter. Someone praised the potatoes. Someone told a harmless story about the neighbour's dog. And the meal went on. If guests came, the table became even more elaborate. The good dishes, the better tablecloth, the centrepiece low enough to allow conversation, because a too tall centrepiece was a social crime masquerading as decoration. The husband carved or served in a way that made him appear competent and generous. The wife moved between kitchen and dining room with the timing of a stage manager, making sure the food was hot, the conversation warm, the children either charming or absent. Guests saw the polished version. They did not see the argument over whether they could afford the roast. They did not see her sitting at the kitchen table that afternoon writing the menu and adding the costs in the margin. They did not see him checking his wallet before deciding to buy the better bottle. They saw hospitality. Hospitality was often anxiety with candles, and still people enjoyed it. They laughed, they ate, they admired the pie. They said, "You two have such a lovely home." And the wife smiled because the compliment landed exactly where it was supposed to land, and nowhere near the place it had cost her. After dinner, the table emptied slowly. Plates cleared, scraps scraped. Leftovers saved because waste was a moral issue as much as a financial one. Coffee cups washed or set aside. Crumbs gathered into the hand. The table wiped clean until the evidence of the meal disappeared. That was the final act. The disappearance. All that work, all that planning, all that emotional management, all that quiet avoidance turned into a clean table under a kitchen light. The husband might move to the living room. The children might finish homework. The wife might stand at the sink, her back to the room, hands in warm, soapy water, listening to the house settle into its evening arrangement. The argument had not happened. The confession had not happened. The question had not been asked. The family had eaten. The day had passed another inspection. From the outside it was a successful dinner. From the inside it was harder to say, because the dinner table had done exactly what it was built to do. It had gathered everyone together. It had fed them. It had displayed the marriage in its daily form. It had kept the family moving. It had protected the children from certain adult truths, or tried to. It had protected the husband from some worries, the wife from some confrontations, and the household from the danger of too much honesty arriving at the wrong hour. It had been useful. It had been warm. It had been unfair. And tomorrow, around the same time, the table would be set again, waiting patiently for food, for manners, for small talk, for the familiar quiet, and for all the feelings that would once more be asked to wait outside the room. After the dinner dishes were washed and the table had been wiped clean, the house changed its voice. The kitchen light stayed on a little longer than necessary. The living room softened under the blue glow of the television. The children, if there were children, were sent to bed with the usual negotiations over water blankets. One more story, and the mysterious childhood belief that sleep could be delayed by asking a question from the hallway. The husband settled into his chair. The wife folded the dish towel over the oven handle and listened to the house enter its evening arrangement. This was the hour when the public family disappeared. No neighbours at the door, no office friends, no church ladies, no mothers-in-law watching from the edge of the room. The table had done its work. The marriage had been displayed in its most respectable form. Now the house moved toward the part nobody explained very clearly, the bedroom. In 1950s America, the bedroom was supposed to be private, but privacy is not the same as honesty. A locked door can keep people out. It cannot always make the people inside know what to say to each other. And for many young couples, especially those raised in homes where certain subjects were handled through silence, nervous jokes, moral warnings, or not at all, the bedroom was a place they were expected to understand without ever having been properly taught. The wedding night had already introduced this problem. Everyone had smiled. Everyone had thrown rice. Everyone had made jokes around the edges of something they refused to name directly. Older men winked. Older women offered little comments about being tired after such a long day, which somehow meant more than tired. The bride blushed because blushing was part of the performance. The groom laughed because laughing was safer than admitting fear. Suitcases were placed in the car. The couple drove away with tin cans rattling behind them like a public announcement of a private expectation. And then the door closed. That was where the advice mostly stopped. A bride might have received a short conversation from her mother, or a book quietly handed over, or a few nervous sentences that explained almost nothing while implying that everything important would be understood by instinct. A groom might have received information from friends, older brothers, military barracks, locker rooms, magazines, jokes, and rumour, which is to say a great deal of confidence wrapped around very uneven knowledge. Between the two of them stood a bed, a marriage license, a ring, a lifetime of expectation, and perhaps very little language. This was not because people in the 1950s were without desire or tenderness or curiosity. Of course they were not. They were human. They loved, wanted, feared, reached, withdrew, hoped to be cherished, hoped not to disappoint. But the culture around many of them had a remarkable talent for surrounding intimacy with rules, while refusing to explain the actual human being inside those rules. A wife was supposed to be modest, but not cold. A husband was supposed to be confident, but not crude. A wife was supposed to be available, but not forward. A husband was supposed to lead, but somehow gently. A wife was supposed to become a mother, which meant the bedroom had a practical future attached to it almost immediately. A husband was supposed to know what he was doing, even if no one had taught him anything worth knowing. You can hear the problem before anyone enters the room. The instructions did not fit together. A young woman might have spent years being told to guard her reputation, preserve her modesty, avoid being alone too long in cars, watch how boys looked at her, keep her knees together, keep her lipstick appropriate, keep herself untouched, or at least appearing untouched because appearance mattered. Then, after a ceremony, a piece of paper and a ring, she was expected to cross an invisible line and become natural, loving, relaxed and responsive in a room where the rules had suddenly reversed. That is an enormous change to ask of a person and then call it instinct. A young man had his own impossible script. He might have been told directly or indirectly that masculinity meant knowledge, appetite control and performance. He was supposed to be the one who knew. He was supposed to reassure her while also not admitting he needed reassurance. He was supposed to be gentle without seeming unsure, eager without seeming selfish, skilled without asking too many questions, and satisfied without ever confessing that he too might be frightened. The bedroom was where both performances became very difficult to maintain, because the body is less obedient than the photograph. The photograph can smile on command. The body keeps its own counsel. It can tremble. It can hesitate. It can fail. It can feel nothing when it is supposed to feel everything. It can feel too much. It can carry shame from lessons learned long before the wedding. It can turn towards someone with tenderness one night and away the next, not because love is gone, but because exhaustion, fear, pregnancy, resentment, or silence has entered the room first. Nobody put that in the bridal magazines quite so plainly. The public story of marriage preferred the bedroom to be both sacred and uncomplicated. It was the private heart of the couple, the place where love was sealed, children were conceived, and the husband and wife became truly one. That was the language, soft, church-lit, solemn, and convenient. It did not leave much room for confusion or discomfort, or a wife who did not know how to explain what she did not want, or a husband who thought being refused meant being diminished, or two people lying side by side, both awake, both pretending to sleep because conversation felt more dangerous than silence. The beds themselves could tell you something. In some homes, married couples shared one bed. In others, especially in certain television images and more formal households, twin beds appeared neat and separate with a little nightstand between them like a diplomatic border. The separate beds on screen helped preserve public modesty. Real life was more varied, but whether the bed was shared or divided, the message was the same: the marriage had a private life, and polite society preferred not to look too closely at it. This privacy protected couples in some ways. It gave them room to build tenderness away from the world's inspection. It allowed a husband and wife to know each other in ways no neighbor, parent, or pastor needed to measure. Some couples found real comfort there. The bedroom could be a refuge from the performance, the one place where a man could lay down the role of provider for a while, where a woman could let the pleasant face loosen, where two people could whisper in the dark and become less official to each other. There were marriages where the bedroom was kind. We should leave space for that. There were husbands who were patient, wives who were affectionate, couples who laughed quietly, who learned each other slowly, who made a small private country under the covers after the rest of the house went still. There were people who had been given very few words and found their own language anyway. Human beings have always done that. But there were also marriages where the lack of honest explanation became a wound. A wife might understand her role as duty before she understood it as mutual pleasure. The phrase marital duty carried the chill of obligation dressed as virtue. It suggested that a good wife did not deny her husband. It suggested that his needs were part of the household maintenance, like dinner, clean shirts, and emotional calm. It did not always ask what she needed. In many homes, the question simply did not have a chair at the table. And if she was unhappy, where would she put that unhappiness? Not at breakfast, not at dinner, not in front of the children, not in a letter to her mother unless she wanted advice that might begin with patience and end with making more effort, not at church where the marriage was supposed to be honoured, not with the doctor unless the problem could be translated into nerves, headaches, fatigue, or difficulty sleeping. Women became skilled translators of distress. I am tired. I have headaches. I feel low. I cannot sleep. Something is wrong with me. That last sentence was especially useful to the culture because it kept the problem inside the woman. It did not ask whether the marriage itself had been built with too little room for her interior life. It did not ask whether a young bride had been told no for years and then expected to say yes with a smile. It did not ask whether pregnancy fears, household exhaustion, lack of privacy, or the simple absence of honest conversation might make desire retreat quietly into another room. Birth control was another shadow in the bedroom. Information existed, but it was not always easy open or equally available. Some couples discussed family planning directly. Some relied on doctors. Some relied on rumour, rhythm, luck, or hope. Some women lived with the quiet knowledge that intimacy could become pregnancy, and pregnancy could transform the entire household again. A baby could be wanted deeply and still feared. Another baby could be loved before it arrived and still represent more laundry, more bills, more bodily risk, more exhaustion, and less claim to a self already stretched thin. The culture often spoke of babies as the natural fruit of marriage. It spoke less often about the woman lying awake counting months. A husband might not understand the arithmetic she carried in her body, or he might understand some of it and be frightened too, but his fear came out as silence, because the role of husband did not give him much practice in saying I am scared of what I am asking from you, so the couple might continue, tenderly or awkwardly or dutifully moving around a subject neither had language to hold. The bedroom also collected the leftovers of the day. That was one of its hidden jobs. Whatever had not been said at breakfast, whatever had been swallowed at dinner, whatever had been postponed because the children were present or the husband was tired or the wife was trying to be reasonable, followed them into the room. People imagine the bedroom as separate from the household, but it is often the place where the household's unspoken life finally lies down. The unpaid bill lay there, the argument with his mother lay there, the disappointment over the job lay there. The feeling that she had become more useful than known lay there. The feeling that he was needed more than loved lay there. The room could be dark, but it was not empty. Sometimes they talked in bed. Some couples found that darkness made honesty easier. Without the table between them, without children listening, without the hard daylight showing every expression, a husband might admit a worry. A wife might say she was lonely. They might speak softly, not fixing anything completely, but making a small bridge over the silence. These moments mattered. They were not dramatic enough for history books, but marriages have been saved by less than a hand reached out in the dark. Other times, nothing was said. The lamp clicked off, the mattress shifted, the clock ticked. Two people lay side by side in the official intimacy of marriage, separated by fatigue, modesty, resentment, fear, habit, or simply the enormous difficulty of speaking honestly after a day built around not doing that. In the morning they would be husband and wife again in the bright practical sense. Coffee, shirts, toast, briefcase, smile, goodbye. The bedroom would disappear behind a made bed and a closed door looking as orderly as any other room in the house. The sheets would be smoothed, the pillows arranged, Any evidence of confusion, tenderness, disappointment, or longing would be pressed flat under the bedspread. This was part of keeping house too, making the bedroom look simple, making the marriage look simple, making the most complicated room in the home appear by daylight like nothing more than clean linens and a pair of lamps. But at night, when the house settled and the hall went quiet and the last light disappeared under the door, the room remembered what nobody had explained honestly. That marriage was not only ceremony and duty and respectable arrangement. It was two bodies, two histories, two sets of fears, two kinds of silence, and a tenderness that could not survive on rules alone. And somewhere in that darkness beneath the quilt beside the sleeping shape of the person the world said should complete you a husband or a wife, might lie awake and wonder why the part of marriage everyone hinted at had been the part no one had truly taught them how to understand. The bedroom did not stay only a bedroom for very long. In many 1950s marriages it quickly became a waiting room for news, a waiting room for a missed month, a waiting room for the first careful suspicion that the marriage was about to become something larger than two people trying to understand each other in the dark. The house might still be small. The furniture might still be borrowed or paid for in installments. The kitchen drawers might still hold wedding gifts that looked newer than the life around them. But already other people had begun listening for the next announcement. Any news yet? Such a small question, so cheerful, so dangerous. It could be asked over coffee at church, at a Sunday dinner with both families present. It could be asked by a mother who meant well by an aunt, who meant less well by a neighbour with a baby on her hip, by a woman at the grocery store who had known the bride since she was 14 and now felt entitled to inventory her future. Sometimes the question came dressed as a joke. Sometimes it arrived as advice. Sometimes it floated into the room with no direct object at all. You two will want to start a family soon. Not do you want children. Not are you ready. Not have you had a quiet minute to become yourselves inside this marriage before everyone asks you to become parents. Just soon. That word again. Soon had followed them into engagement. Soon had followed them into the wedding. Soon had arranged the gifts, the apartment, the first dinner invitations, the questions about married life. And now soon had found its way into the body of the wife, where time was counted differently and silence had a different weight. Pregnancy in the world of 1950s, respectability was treated as both private and public at the same time. The body belonged to the woman in theory. The expectation belonged to everyone. A young wife might be the first person to notice the sign standing alone in the bathroom in the morning light, one hand on the sink listening to the house before anyone else was awake. She might feel hope. She might feel fear. She might feel both so tightly woven together that separating them would be pointless. Then came the arithmetic. How long had it been? When should she tell him? When should they tell their parents? How soon was too soon? How long before people noticed? How much money would a baby require? How small was the apartment really if one looked at it honestly? The questions moved through her quietly as she made coffee, folded shirts, wiped counters, and performed the same ordinary tasks that suddenly seemed to belong to a different life. Yesterday she had been a wife. Today perhaps she was becoming a mother, though nothing in the room had changed except the way she listened to herself. A pregnancy announcement could transform the marriage overnight, not visibly at first. The table remained the table, the paycheck remained the paycheck. The husband still left in the morning. The wife still stayed or went to work, depending on the household and the circumstance. But the meaning of everything shifted. The grocery money was no longer just grocery money. It was future milk, future diapers, future doctor visits. The spare room was no longer storage, it was a nursery waiting to be imagined. Her body was no longer entirely interpreted as hers. It became a family project, a medical subject, a social symbol, and a promise people felt comfortable discussing in front of her, as if she had become a room they were decorating. Everyone had advice. Eat this. Do not lift that. Rest, but do not become lazy. Stay cheerful. Do not worry the baby. Do not gain too much. Do not be vain. Do not complain. Do not act as if pregnancy is an illness, unless something goes wrong, in which case perhaps you should have been more careful. There was no shortage of instruction. There was a shortage of listening. The young husband might be proud in a way that made his posture change. Proud because pregnancy confirmed something about him too, though he was not the one carrying the child. In many communities, a baby on the way proved the marriage was functioning according to plan. It made the husband look established. It made the wife look fulfilled. It reassured both families that the wedding had produced the expected next chapter. He might come home from work with flowers. He might tell the men at the office. He might sit a little straighter at dinner. He might also feel fear rise inside him like cold water. Another mouth, another bill, a doctor, a crib, a larger place someday. A wife who might need more than he knew how to give. A child who would look at him one day and call him father, as if he had been trained for the position by anything more substantial than watching his own father sit in a chair and carry silence like a second suit. But fear again had nowhere easy to go, so it became planning. We will manage. That was the husband's sentence. We will manage. And often they did. People do manage. They buy the crib second-hand. They accept hand-me-down clothes. They turn a corner of a bedroom into a nursery. They stretch soup. They delay the washing machine. They paint the old dresser a soft colour and call it charming. They learn the doctor's office, the pharmacy, the cost of small cotton things, the astonishing number of objects a baby seems to require before it has even arrived. The wife managed differently. She managed the body, the nausea if it came, the tiredness that did not feel like ordinary tiredness, the strange awareness of being watched and protected and judged at the same time, the way older women looked at her with recognition and authority, as if pregnancy admitted her into a club whose rules would now be enforced by the members, the way men became suddenly delicate around her and completely uninformed, the way her own mother might soften and sharpen in the same conversation. You must take care of yourself. Your father will be so pleased. I was sick every morning with you. Do not make a fuss. Motherhood was treated as natural, but preparation for it was often strangely indirect. A woman might have cared for younger siblings. She might have taken home economics. She might have read articles, asked friends, listened to doctors, and absorbed the constant cultural message that maternal instinct would arrive when needed like a package delivered on time. But instinct is not a full instruction manual. It does not explain how to sleep with one ear open. It does not explain how to hold fear without dropping the baby. It does not explain what to do when love arrives with exhaustion attached. Still, the culture preferred the glowing version, the expectant mother, the sweet phrase, expectant of what exactly a child, yes, but also approval, completion, a new identity that would make the marriage look finished in a way wifehood alone did not. A married woman without children could be happy, busy, useful, loved, and entirely whole in herself, but many communities did not know how to leave her that way for long. They began to ask questions. They began to wonder. They began to lower their voices. Was something wrong? Were they waiting? Was she delicate? Was he people could turn another person's private life into a parlour mystery with almost no effort at all. A baby ended that speculation, or started another kind. Once the pregnancy was known, the wife became a temporary public vessel of family hope. Hands moved toward her before asking, eyes dropped to her middle. Conversation shifted from her thoughts to her condition. The coming child gathered attention like a little sun, and the woman carrying it sometimes found herself becoming the weather around that sun rather than the subject of her own life. She was congratulated, she was advised, she was watched, and if she felt afraid, she had to choose her listener carefully. Because fear during pregnancy could be misunderstood as ingratitude. Ambivalence could be treated as immaturity. Exhaustion could be minimized as part of the process. A woman was supposed to want motherhood so clearly that any shadow crossing that desire had to be explained away. Of course she was nervous. Of course she was tired. Of course every woman felt that way. Now have some tea and try not to think about it too much. Try not to think about it too much. A sentence that has done an astonishing amount of work in women's lives. There were also women for whom pregnancy did not come easily, and their silence had its own shape. The monthly disappointment, the careful counting, the cheerful answer when someone asked too soon, the baby showers attended for other women, the smile held in place while tiny clothes were passed around the room. In the 1950s, the pressure to become a mother could turn the absence of pregnancy into a public problem without ever giving the woman privacy to grieve it. She might say not yet, 2 small words, a whole life underneath them, and if pregnancy did come, it did not mean the pressure ended. It changed form. Now the question became whether she would be a good mother, whether the baby would be healthy, whether she would manage the house properly after the birth, whether she would regain her figure, whether she would be patient, whether she would bond instantly, naturally, beautifully, as if the old self could be replaced by the mother self, without confusion, without mourning, without a trace of resistance. The nursery began as an idea before it became a room, a crib placed near the wall, a rocker if there was money or someone generous enough to give one, curtains washed or sewn, little clothes folded into drawers with a tenderness almost too sharp to touch, a bottle warmer perhaps, or blankets, or a stack of diapers that seemed large until the baby arrived and proved every stack temporary. The young wife might stand in that room, one hand resting on the curve of her body, and feel the future becoming furniture. The husband might stand in the doorway and say it looks nice. He might mean it. He might not know what else to say. This was how family completion approached many couples in the 1950s, not as a single dramatic moment, but as a series of small reorganizations. A chair moved, a budget revised, a name discussed, a mother-in-law consulted perhaps too much, a doctor's appointment marked on the calendar, a wife's dress let out, a husband's sleep shortened by worry he called work. The marriage that had once been 2 people now made room for an unseen third presence, and that presence changed the table, the bedroom, the paycheck, the morning routine, and the way both husband and wife understood themselves. The baby was not even born yet. Already the family had begun. The first baby was not the only thing that entered the marriage. So did everyone's opinion. Not all at once, of course. It came gently at first, wrapped in congratulations, folded into casseroles tucked inside Sunday visits, carried through telephone calls that began with affection and ended with instruction. A mother came by with a covered dish and stayed long enough to notice the laundry. A mother-in-law held the baby and mentioned almost casually how her son had slept through the night by 6 weeks, which may or may not have been true but was now being used as evidence. An aunt leaned over the crib and said the room was sweet, though the blanket seemed a little light for the season. Nobody called it judgment. They called it helping. That was the genius of it. In 1950s, American marriage was often described as private sacred and between two people. But in ordinary life, a marriage belonged partly to the families that had produced it, the church that had witnessed it, the neighbours who watched it, and the older women who felt they had earned the right to comment because they had survived their own version of it and had no intention of letting younger women believe they were inventing hardship. A young couple could close the front door. That did not mean the world stayed outside. The in-laws were the first embassy of that outside world. They arrived with history. His mother remembered him as a boy, which meant she possessed a version of him his wife did not know and could never fully access. Her mother remembered her as a girl, which meant she possessed a version of the wife that marriage was quietly trying to replace. Both mothers had opinions about the household because both had invested something in it. One had raised the husband, one had raised the wife. Each could look around the young home and see not just furniture and dishes, but evidence of whether her own teaching had taken root. This made every visit slightly more complicated than a visit. His mother might notice how he was being fed. Her mother might notice how tired she looked. His father might ask about work in a tone that sounded supportive and measured at the same time. Her father might look at the car, the roof, the yard, the bills on the side table, and silently calculate whether this young man was providing well enough for the daughter he had handed over with a brave face and a nervous heart. Nobody had to say much. Families are very skilled at not saying things. A mother-in-law could stand in the kitchen and ask where the flour was kept with an innocence so complete it deserved an award. She could open the wrong cabinet pause and say, "Oh, you keep it there, just there." Not criticism, never criticism. Merely a small domestic weather pattern passing through the room and lowering the temperature by 3 degrees. A wife heard it. Of course she heard it. She heard the sentence beneath the sentence. She heard, "This is not how I did it." She heard, "My son was raised differently." She heard, "I am trying to be kind, but I am also noticing everything." And because she was a young wife in a world that valued respect for elders' domestic grace and the smooth management of discomfort, she smiled and said something light. "It works better for us this way." Us. A brave little word. Us meant the new household had its own customs now. Us meant the young wife was not simply borrowing a man from his mother and maintaining him according to the mother's instructions. Us meant a new unit had been formed. But in many families, us had to be defended quietly for years before anyone believed it. The husband was often caught between two women who both thought they were protecting him. His mother knew how he liked things. His wife knew how he lived now. His mother remembered his childhood preferences as if they were legal documents. He never liked onions. He always needed a heavier blanket. He did better with a big breakfast. He was sensitive when criticized. He worked so hard. He should not be worried with little household things. The wife might stand there thinking he eats onions now. He kicks off the blanket. He barely has time for breakfast. He is sensitive when no one corrects him too actually. And I am the person living with the little household things that everyone thinks should not trouble him. But saying this aloud would have created a scene, and scenes were expensive, so she learned diplomacy. Again, another unpaid profession. She learned how to accept advice without promising to follow it. She learned how to let a comment pass through the room without lodging in her body. She learned which battles mattered and which could be surrendered because the emotional cost was too high. She learned to say that is a good idea, and then do exactly what she'd been planning to do once everyone left. A woman could build an entire marriage on that phrase. That is a good idea. It meant thank you. It meant please stop. It meant I heard you. It meant you are not in charge here, but I am too well brought up to say so. Her own mother could be just as complicated. A mother who loved her daughter might still become a messenger for the rules. She might notice the sink full of dishes and say men do like to come home to order. She might notice dark circles under her daughter's eyes and say you must rest when the baby rests, as if babies and dishes and bills had ever coordinated themselves that politely. She might hear a complaint and respond with patience, dear, because patience had been the tool handed to her, and she was handing it down like a family recipe no one actually enjoyed eating. The young wife might want comfort. She might receive instruction. That happened often. And the young husband, for all his authority as head of household, had his own inspections to endure. His father might ask about savings. His boss might ask if he was settling down well. His friends might joke about being tied down. His wife's family might watch how he spoke to her, whether he seemed steady, whether he drank too much at dinner, whether he helped with the baby in a way that looked tender, but not so much that it seemed his wife could not manage. Even kindness was observed. If he changed a diaper, some older relatives might praise him as if he had performed field surgery under enemy fire. If she changed 50 diapers in a day that was motherhood, the same act entered 2 different accounting systems. In his column it was remarkable, in hers it disappeared. A marriage everyone felt allowed to judge was a marriage that never fully relaxed. The judgment did not always come from cruelty. Much of it came from fear, habit, love, and the older generation's belief that survival required rules. They had learned their own marriages under pressure. They had swallowed their own disappointments. They had stayed when staying was expected, made do, when money was short, raised children with fewer conveniences, and now they looked at younger couples with a mixture of tenderness and suspicion. They wanted them to succeed. They also wanted them to succeed in a recognizable way. That was the catch. A recognizable marriage was easier for families to bless. A husband working steadily, a wife keeping house, children arriving, holidays divided carefully between both sides of the family. Sunday dinners attended often enough to prove loyalty, but not so often that anyone felt crowded. Grandchildren presented clean and polite. Problems kept mostly private. Gratitude shown. Advice received with the correct face. The correct face mattered more than anyone admitted. A young wife receiving advice had to look open but not foolish, grateful but not dependent, confident but not arrogant. A young husband receiving advice from his father-in-law had to look respectful but not weak, competent, but not cocky, ambitious, but not reckless. They were still newly married, but already they were managing foreign policy between families. Holidays made everything worse, or more visible, which is sometimes the same thing. Thanksgiving could become a negotiation disguised as tradition. Christmas could become a test of loyalty wrapped in ribbon. Whose house first? How long to stay? Whether to bring a dish, whether his mother expected the same pie every year, whether her father would be offended if they left before coffee, whether the baby would nap, whether anyone would say in that bright, dangerous tone, "Well, we hardly see you anymore." The couple learned that marriage did not end childhood obligations, it reorganized them. Now every decision had 2 family histories behind it. His people did things one way, her people did them another. His family opened gifts Christmas morning, hers opened them Christmas Eve. His mother cooked with more salt. Her mother believed in arriving early. His father avoided emotional conversations, her father had them badly. These differences entered the young marriage through recipes, schedules, furniture choices, chilled rearing advice, and the correct way to fold towels, because families can hide entire civilizations inside towel folding. The home became a place where 2 inheritances argued politely. Sometimes the arguments were small and almost charming. The stuffing recipe, the thermostat, the way to soothe a baby, whether coffee should be perked strong enough to stand a spoon in. But under the small arguments was the larger question: whose rules will this marriage follow? That was the question every couple had to answer, and the 1950s did not make the answering easy. The culture gave strong preference to continuity. Do what your parents did, only with newer appliances. Repeat the forms. Preserve the image. Make the household respectable. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Honor your mother and father. Keep peace with his mother. Keep peace with her mother. Keep peace at all costs. And if peace cost the young wife more often than anyone else, well, she was assumed to have a natural talent for paying it. But some couples tried to make their own rules. Quietly. A wife might decide not to serve his favourite childhood meal every week just because his mother expected it. A husband might decide not to report every household disagreement to his father. They might choose their own church or move farther away or buy furniture neither family liked or raise their children with fewer sharp corrections or refuse to spend every Sunday under the eyes of people who called surveillance love. These were not revolutions. They were small acts of marital sovereignty. And small acts matter when a life is built from habits. Still, every act had consequences. A mother could become wounded. A father could become cool. A sister could carry news from one kitchen to another with the efficiency of a telephone operator. Advice refused too plainly could become family gossip. Advice accepted too easily could become control. So the couple learned to live in layers. The public layer said, "We are so grateful for all the help." The private layer said, "We're exhausted by all the help." The deepest layer, the one they might not even say to each other yet, said, "Where do our families end and our marriage begin?" That question could take years to answer. Some never answered it. Some marriages remained crowded long after the relatives had left the room. A husband's mother sat invisibly at the table through his preferences. A wife's father stood invisibly in the doorway through her doubts about money. Old family patterns moved through new homes like drafts under closed doors. People thought they were arguing about dinner discipline, spending holidays, or the baby's bedtime, when really they were arguing with ghosts who had taught them what love was supposed to look like. At night after a visit, the young couple might finally sit alone, the baby asleep, the dishes done, the ashtray emptied, the house returning to itself after company. She might say, "Your mother thinks I am doing everything wrong." He might say, "She's only trying to help." And there it was, a sentence so common it should have been printed on wedding china. She's only trying to help. Maybe she was. That was what made it hard. Help could be love. Help could be criticism. Help could be control wearing an apron. Help could arrive with casseroles, folded blankets, advice about bottles, warnings about spoiling the baby, suggestions about money, and memories of how things were done before. Help could save a young wife from loneliness. Help could make her feel incompetent in her own kitchen. Both could be true in the same afternoon. And the husband, if he was wise, learned slowly that defending his wife did not mean rejecting his mother. The wife, if she was wise, learned that making a home did not always require winning every inherited argument. But wisdom takes time, and young marriages are often asked to perform wisdom before they have had any practice. So they tried. They smiled at Sunday dinner. They accepted the casserole. They endured the comment about the baby's sweater. They thanked his father for the advice about savings. They thanked her mother for the curtains. They drove home in the dark with leftovers on the back seat and all the things they had not said sitting between them like another passenger. The house waited. Their house. Small, imperfect, judged, advised, entered, inspected, loved, corrected, and still somehow theirs. They unlocked the door. They carried the baby inside. They set down the casserole. They moved through the familiar rooms with the quiet relief of people returning from a performance no one had called a performance. And for a little while before the telephone rang again, before Sunday came around again, before another voice offered another suggestion, the marriage belonged only to the two people living inside it, at least until morning, at least until the neighbours saw the curtains. Respectability did not stay inside the house. It walked out with the family on Sunday morning. It stood on the front step while the husband locked the door, while the wife adjusted a child's collar, while the baby's blanket was tucked one more time, while the car waited in the driveway with its chrome catching the pale morning light. It rode with them down quiet streets past lawns that had been cut porches, that had been swept curtains that moved just slightly as other households performed their own small inspections of the day. In 1950s America, a marriage was not only lived, it was observed, and Sunday was one of the great observing days. The family going to church made a picture that almost everyone understood, even people who did not attend regularly, even people whose private faith was more complicated than their public habits suggested. A husband in a suit, a wife in a hat, children polished into temporary obedience, shoes shined, gloves found, offering envelope tucked into a purse or a jacket pocket, everyone leaving together on time, if possible late, if human nature had intervened. From the sidewalk it looked simple. It was not simple. Getting a family to church could be a domestic campaign conducted under spiritual cover. Breakfast had to happen without creating stains. Children had to remain clean for the precise period between dressing and arrival, which children treated as a personal challenge. The baby needed to be changed at the last possible minute. The wife had to dress herself after everyone else, or while everyone else was needing something, and still appear as if she had stepped calmly from a magazine page devoted to moral order and good posture. The husband might wait near the door looking at his watch, not always with impatience, sometimes with the anxiety of a man who knew that arriving late meant being seen arriving late. And being seen was the point, though no one said it that way. Church was worship. Church was community. Church was also a weekly audit. People noticed who came. People noticed who did not. People noticed whether a young couple sat together, whether the husband seemed attentive, whether the wife looked tired, whether the children behaved, whether the baby cried too long, whether the family slipped out early, whether the offering was placed discreetly, whether the wife wore the same hat 2 Sundays in a row, because perhaps money was tighter than anyone had admitted. Noticing did not always mean cruelty. Sometimes it meant care. A missing family might receive a call because someone truly worried. A tired young mother might be offered help by a woman who remembered those years with more tenderness than accuracy. A struggling couple might be drawn back into the warmth of people who knew their names, their parents, their children, and the general shape of their lives. But the same attention that could protect you could also hold you in place. Community is a blanket. Community is also a net. The church doorway was a threshold between private marriage and public respectability. Inside, the couple entered a world where order had rituals, hymns, sermons, pews, bulletins, children sitting too close together, men clearing their throats, women smoothing skirts. The collective hush before the service began when the whole room seemed to agree that whatever had happened in individual homes that morning would now be folded into something larger and calmer. The young wife might sit with one eye on the child beside her and one ear on the sermon. The husband might stand for the hymn with the baby held awkwardly but proudly against his shoulder. A child might whisper too loudly and receive the kind of maternal look that could travel 3 generations in a second. The family was together, visible, contained. This mattered. A church-going couple appeared stable. They appeared rooted. They appeared to believe in something beyond themselves, or at least to respect the institutions that said they should. For many families, faith was genuine and sustaining. Prayer was not merely performance. The church gave language to grief rhythm to the weak, help in crisis, and a place to bring babies' funerals, casseroles, guilt hope, and the unbearable things that ordinary conversation could not carry. But respectability often borrowed the clothing of faith. A marriage seen in church acquired a kind of public certification. The couple was trying, they were participating, they were not drifting, they belonged to the right circle of greetings, bake sales committees, nursery schedules, choir practices, youth groups, and seasonal suppers, where a family could be gently monitored under the warm light of fellowship. Fellowship had excellent eyesight. After the service came the coffee hour, and the coffee hour was where the sermon ended and the social examination resumed. The wife held a cup she might not drink. The husband spoke to another man about work weather or the price of something that had gone up. Older women admired the baby. Someone asked whether they had settled into the new house. Someone else mentioned that the lawn was coming along. A remark like that could be praise-warning or both. The wife thanked them. The husband nodded. The child tried to escape toward the cookies. Everyone smiled. The smile did its usual work. At church, people did not usually ask directly whether the marriage was happy. They asked adjacent questions. Is he keeping busy at work? Are you managing all right with the baby? Have you joined the women's circle yet? Will we see you at the supper Friday? Are your folks coming for Easter? Each question was a thread. Enough threads, and the community could feel the shape of the marriage without anyone naming it. If a wife looked too worn, someone noticed. If a husband seemed absent, someone noticed. If the couple stopped attending, people noticed very quickly. A marriage could slip privately for months, but once it slipped publicly, the machinery of concern began to turn. Neighbours operated the same machinery, only with less hymn singing. The neighbourhood was its own congregation. Especially in suburbs and small towns, the street kept a kind of informal record. Who left for work when? Whose car stayed home unexpectedly? Whose curtains remained drawn? Whose children played outside? Whose garbage cans were put out late? Whose lawn was cut? Whose porch light burned all night? Whose visitors came too often or not enough? Whose voices carried through open windows in summer? In a world without social media, the street was already a feed. It updated constantly. A young couple learned this gradually. At first, the attention felt friendly. The woman next door introduced herself with cookies. The man across the street waved from his driveway. Someone recommended a plumber. Someone lent a ladder. Someone told them which grocer had better meat and which family had lived in their house before. The couple was welcomed into a web of small practical kindnesses. Then they realized the web also listened. The wife might step outside to shake a rug and feel not quite watched but available for interpretation. Was she keeping up? Did she look happy? Was she expecting again? Was her husband helping enough? Did they argue? Did they have company? Were they friendly? Too friendly? Private? Too private? Did they belong? Belonging required visibility, but not too much visibility. That was the trick. A respectable couple was visible in the correct ways. Church on Sunday, lawn neat, children polite, husband employed, wife pleasant. Curtains opened in the morning and closed at night. Guests occasionally, but not suspiciously. A car washed often enough. No loud quarrels, no police, no debts discussed publicly, no wife crying on the front step, no husband coming home unsteady in a way that neighbours could see and carry into other kitchens. The neighbourhood tolerated difficulty if difficulty stayed modest. Illness, yes. A layoff perhaps if handled with dignity, a colicky baby certainly, but marital trouble was another matter. Trouble between husband and wife disturbed the picture everyone else was using to reassure themselves that their own arrangements were normal. A loud argument next door was never only next door, it entered the whole street. It made other wives pause over dishes, it made other husbands turn down the television slightly, it made children listen from bedrooms and learn that adult voices had weather, so people preferred not to know, and made sure they knew enough to say they had suspected something all along if the marriage failed later. This was one of the stranger skills of respectable communities, not knowing officially, knowing unofficially. A wife might go to the mailbox with red eyes and receive a gentle comment about the weather from a neighbour who understood perfectly that the weather was not the subject. A husband might mow the lawn with unnecessary focus after a bad night, and another man might stop by to discuss grass seed because men had their own indirect forms of mercy. The conversation stayed on seed. The point was presence. Sometimes this helped, sometimes it trapped people, because a marriage surrounded by watchers could not easily admit collapse. It could only perform stability with increasing intensity. The cleaner the front room, the quieter the phone call, the brighter the wife's voice at church, the more complete the illusion became. Respectability could become a costume people wore long after it had stopped fitting, because removing it in public felt impossible. The children were part of the public test too. A well-behaved child reflected well on the mother, and sometimes on the father if the child did something impressive which was convenient. A poorly behaved child reflected almost immediately on the mother, because the emotional and moral maintenance of children was generally assigned to her, whether or not anyone admitted it. In church, in grocery stores, on sidewalks, in school meetings, the children carried the family's reputation in their small hands. Sit still, say thank you, do not interrupt, tell Mrs. Henderson good morning, keep your dress down, stop making that face. The child thought they were being corrected for manners. They were also being trained in family presentation. A family that looked orderly from the outside could be forgiven many private imperfections. A family that looked disorderly from the outside invited speculation, and speculation was one of the great recreational activities of respectable life. This did not affect every family equally. Race, class, religion, and region changed the rules sometimes sharply. Some families were excluded from the very institutions that defined respectability for others. Some churches offered sanctuary, while other churches enforced boundaries. Some neighborhoods welcomed only certain kinds of families, and kept others out through money, custom, prejudice, or law. The 1950s picture of church bells and neat lawns was never neutral. It had edges, it had gates, it had people standing outside the frame, but for those inside the frame still pressed. A couple could have the right house, the right pew, the right lawn, the right friends, and still feel the pressure of being constantly understandable to others. Their marriage had to translate itself into signs the community could read. His steady job, her clean windows, their Sunday attendance, their children's manners, their holiday cards, their quiet driveway, their normal conversations, their normal silences. Normal was the real altar. People worshipped there more often than they knew. By Sunday afternoon, after church clothes were hung up and lunch was over, the house often relaxed. The wife removed her hat, the husband loosened his tie, the children escaped into play clothes, the baby napped if Mercy visited. The street grew quiet in the soft way. Sunday afternoons could be quiet with lawn mowers resting dishes, drying newspapers opened, and the whole neighborhood pretending for a few hours that it had not spent the morning observing itself. Inside the young marriage, the couple might feel relief. They had passed again. They had been seen together. They had answered the questions. They had smiled at the right people. The children had behaved well enough. No one had noticed too much, or perhaps everyone had noticed exactly the usual amount which was acceptable. The public test of respectability had been taken for another week. But respectability did not end at church. It would be waiting on Monday in the front yard, in the telephone voice in the grocery aisle, in the way the curtains moved when the neighbour walked by. It would be there when guests came, when family called, when the husband returned, when the wife stepped outside with a laundry basket and a face arranged for daylight. The marriage belonged to them, and also somehow to everyone who could see it. So the young wife smoothed the tablecloth. The husband folded the paper. The children played in the yard. The house settled into the golden quiet of a late afternoon, looking from the street like a life that had learned all its lines. And behind the clean windows, two people kept trying to live something real, under the careful gaze of a world that mostly wanted them to look fine. By late afternoon, the house began preparing for his return before he'd even reached the driveway. This was one of the stranger things about a 1950s marriage. A man could spend the day in an office, a factory, a shop, a sales route, a government building, or behind the wheel of a car, and still somehow occupy the house before he came home. His arrival had gravity. The rooms leaned toward it. The clock knew it. The children felt it. The wife measured the last hour of the day against it, arranging not only dinner and lamps and clean hands, but the emotional temperature of the home. The cocktail hour began before the drink was poured. It began with the freshening up. That small phrase did an enormous amount of work. Freshen up. As if the day had only lightly touched her, as if she had not been bent over laundry, wiping counters, calming children, calculating money, answering the telephone, managing neighbours, and carrying 6 unfinished worries from room to room like invisible baskets. Freshening up suggested that a woman could step out of the day and return to herself in 10 minutes with lipstick powder, a comb, and enough willpower to convince the house that none of it had cost her anything. So she went to the mirror, maybe in the bathroom, maybe at a little vanity in the bedroom, maybe at the hall mirror if the baby was asleep and she did not want to go too far. She checked her hair. She pressed powder over shine. She redid her lipstick because lipstick was not only decoration, it was a signal. Lipstick said the day had not beaten her. Lipstick said she was still a wife, not merely the person who had cleaned the bathtub and stretched the hamburger and found the missing shoe under the sofa. She changed her apron or removed it. She looked at herself briefly, not with vanity exactly, but with assessment. Is this acceptable? Is this pleasant? Is this the face a man should come home to? That question sounds almost theatrical now, but in many homes it was ordinary. The wife was expected to understand that the first minutes after his return mattered. He had been out in the world. He had been dealing with work. He had been carrying the burden of provision. The home was supposed to receive him softly, not confront him at the door with bills, complaints, crying children, or the full unedited truth of the domestic day. The truth could wait. Truth was always waiting. By 5:30 the house might begin to glow in a particular way. A lamp turned on before the room actually needed it. The table set. The children corrected into a quieter register. The baby changed. The kitchen arranged so dinner looked imminent rather than desperate. If the budget allowed and the household followed that ritual, the drinks tray came out or stood ready in its usual place, polished enough, stocked enough, waiting with the authority of a small domestic altar. The cocktail hour in 1950s, America was not only about alcohol, though yes, alcohol was certainly involved. It was about transition. It was the little bridge between the working day and the family evening, the hour when a man was supposed to stop being an employee and become the husband at home, when a woman was supposed to stop visibly working and become the hostess of his peace. A drink in the hand gave both people something to do while the day changed shape. There might be gin, scotch, vermouth, a highball, a martini if the household was that sort of household, beer in simpler homes, a modest drink poured without ceremony in some kitchens, a more formal one prepared in living rooms where the glasses matched and the ice bucket suggested that civilization had survived another weekday. The object mattered. The glass in his hand said, "You are home now." The glass in hers said, "I am joining you in calm." But calm, like most things in the house, often had to be made by someone. She knew whether he wanted the drink before changing clothes or after. She knew whether he liked it strong. She knew whether to ask about his day immediately or let the first sip do its work. She knew if the children should rush toward him or be held back for a gentler entrance. She knew whether the baby placed in his arms would soften him or exhaust him. This was another form of knowledge. Again, no title, no paycheck, no office. Just the constant reading of another person's mood and the adjustment of the room around it. He came through the door. Sometimes he was cheerful, sometimes genuinely glad. Sometimes he kissed her with warmth and lifted the baby and asked about the day, and for a moment the whole arrangement worked exactly as promised. The outside world ended at the threshold. The house received him. The wife was seen. The children brightened. The drink was a small pleasure, not a necessity. Dinner smelled good. The evening opened kindly. Those evenings existed. They should not be erased. But other evenings had a different texture. He came home quiet, or sharp, or hollow-eyed from office disappointment, or carrying the dull humiliation of a man who had smiled at a superior all day and now needed somewhere to put the part of himself that had not been allowed to answer back. The house might feel it before he spoke, the way he set down the briefcase, the way he took off his hat, the way he said hello with too little air behind it. And she adjusted. The children were quieter tonight. The question about the bill waited. The story about the washing machine waited. The complaint from his mother waited. Her own exhaustion waited politely in the corner like a guest who had not been introduced. The drink was poured. This was the ritual of calm, not calm as a natural condition, calm as a managed product. A wife might hand her husband a drink and understand without quite saying it to herself that she was offering more than whiskey or gin. She was offering a version of the home where nothing demanded him yet. She was offering a pause between the world's injuries and the family's needs. She was offering him the dignity of being received as someone important, someone expected, someone around whom the evening could arrange itself. There was tenderness in that. There was also danger. Because if one person in the marriage became responsible for everyone's calm, then her own unrest had nowhere obvious to go. She might take a drink too. A small one. A respectable one. Something light enough to hold while sitting beside him. In many households, a woman's drink had to walk a narrow little path. Enough to appear sociable. Not enough to seem dependent on it, enough to ease the hour, not enough to suggest that the hour needed easing. A glass could be a prop, a pleasure, a private medicine, or all three at once. No one needed to name which. Naming would ruin the effect. The cocktail hour preferred surfaces, ice against glass, the click of a lighter, the rustle of the evening paper, a low radio, the television waiting to be turned on, children appearing briefly washed and combed to say good evening or show a school paper or climb into a lap if the father was in a mood to allow it. The wife watched the room the way a conductor watches an orchestra. Too loud, too quiet. He is tired. The child is about to spill something. The roast needs 15 more minutes. Do not mention the check. Ask about his meeting. No, not yet. Smile. The smile again. Always arriving when needed, always carrying more than it should. A cocktail hour could look elegant from the outside. Magazine rooms made it look effortless. A handsome man with a relaxed tie. A pretty wife with a tray. Low lamps, neat furniture. A drink poured cleanly into a glass. The whole scene suggested that modern marriage had solved something. Work could be hard, yes, but home was soft. Masculinity could labour all day and be restored by femininity in the evening. A wife's grace could turn pressure into peace if she only understood the method. What a beautiful fantasy. What a demanding job. The fantasy worked best when no one asked what restored the wife. Perhaps the moment did sometimes. Perhaps she did enjoy sitting down with him, hearing the day loosen from his voice, feeling the marriage return to companionship after the long division of hours. Perhaps the drink warmed her. Perhaps the lamplight made the room forgiving. Perhaps the children finally calm, gave the scene a sweetness that felt real enough to hold. But on other evenings she was simply staging calm while needing it herself. She'd been alone with the baby all afternoon, or dealing with a child's fever, or worried about money, or stung by something a neighbour said, or frightened by the thought that her life had become a sequence of tasks timed around other people's needs. Yet at 5:30, she was expected to become the soft landing place. A landing place is not usually asked how far it fell. The husband was trapped in the ritual too, though differently. He was supposed to be eased by it. He was supposed to accept the drink relax, perhaps make a comment about the day, perhaps not. He was supposed to become available gradually. But the ritual also confirmed that he was the one being received. The house had prepared for him. His mood mattered. His tiredness set the tone. His return marked the true beginning of evening. This could make a decent man grateful. It could make a selfish man powerful. It could make a tired man dependent on a performance he did not recognize as a performance. And over time, a couple could mistake the ritual for intimacy. They sat together every evening. They had a drink. They spoke. They discussed the office, the children, the neighbours, the plans for Saturday. It looked like connection. Sometimes it was. But sometimes the conversation stayed carefully on the safe side of truth. The drink softened the edges without touching the centre. The same subjects circled the room: work, weather, dinner, children, the car, the party, the bill maybe if the first drink had made the timing less dangerous. The larger feelings remained outside, waiting with their hats in their hands. The wife did not say, "I need more from you than appreciation." The husband did not say, "I feel used up by a life I'm supposed to be grateful for." She did not say, "I am lonely before you come home and sometimes lonelier after." He did not say, "I do not know how to be the kind of man everyone sees when I walk through that door." Instead, the ice melted. Dinner was called. The glasses were set aside. And the household moved to the table, calmer perhaps, or merely arranged. That was the brilliance and the sorrow of the cocktail hour. It could create real comfort. It could give couples a pause, a ritual, a small island between duty and duty. But it could also teach a family to manage discomfort without understanding it, to pour something over tension and call the room peaceful, because no one had raised their voice. By the time dinner was ready, the ritual had done its work. The husband had returned. The wife had received him. The children had adjusted around him. The room had softened. The day had been translated into evening. And somewhere under the lamplight, beneath the clink of glass and the careful calm of a house that knew how to perform, Welcome the Marriage carried its unspoken questions forward one quiet hour closer to night. The argument usually began before anyone raised a voice. That was the strange thing. In a 1950s, marriage trouble often entered the room quietly. It came in with the unopened bill, with the second drink, with the child who would not stop crying, with the husband's silence after work, with the wife's question asked at the wrong time, though the right time had never been made available. It came in through the screen door on a hot evening when the house had no patience left. It sat down at the kitchen table before dinner and waited for someone to pretend not to see it. The couple might look peaceful from the street. The curtains were drawn, the porch light was on, the children's bicycles were in the yard, the car was in the driveway. The television glowed softly behind the front window, sending out that blue flicker of post-war normalcy, as if every house on the block had agreed to broadcast the same reassurance. Everything is fine in here, but behind the door, the marriage had its weather, and not all weather stayed gentle. Arguments in respectable 1950s homes had to obey rules too. Even conflict had manners. A disagreement could happen, but it was not supposed to become a spectacle. A husband and wife could be tense, but not in front of guests. They could be disappointed, but not where the neighbours could hear. They could wound each other with small sentences across the kitchen, but the children were not supposed to understand too much, which of course meant the children often understood almost everything. The first rule was privacy. Keep it inside. Do not make a scene. Do not air dirty laundry. That phrase did so much work. Dirty laundry. As if marital pain was something improper, something shameful, something to be washed out of sight and hung only where the neighbours could not see. It made silence sound like dignity. It made secrecy sound like good breeding. It made a young wife think twice before telling her mother too much, and a young husband think twice before admitting to a friend that the house he came home to had begun to feel less like comfort and more like another test. A public quarrel was dangerous. It lowered the value of the couple in other people's eyes. It suggested a lack of self-control. It gave neighbours material. It embarrassed parents. It made church people concerned in that particular way. Concern becomes conversation. A couple who argued where others could hear had failed not only each other but the performance of marriage itself. So they learned volume. They learned the lowered voice, the tight voice, the kitchen voice after the children had gone to bed, the bedroom voice behind a closed door, the bright public voice that could say "coffee anyone" 5 minutes after a sentence in the hallway had landed like a slap without a hand. This was not always cruelty. Sometimes it was two tired people trying to stay contained because containment was the only tool they had been given. They had not been raised in a world that encouraged emotional vocabulary. A husband might not know how to say he felt powerless at work, so he criticized the way money was spent. A wife might not know how to say she felt unseen, so she asked why he never noticed anything around the house. Under the argument was another argument. Under that, another. The top layer was often practical. Money, his mother, her mother, the children, the car, the house, the dinner, the drinking, the fact that he was late, the fact that she sounded disappointed when he came home, the fact that he'd not told her about a bill, the fact that she had bought something without asking, the fact that no one had slept properly in weeks but only one person's exhaustion seemed to count. The practical subject made the argument respectable. You could argue about a bill. You could argue about the car. You could argue about whether the child was spoiled or whether the roast was overdone. These things had handles. You could pick them up and set them down. But the deeper subject had no handle at all. Do you see me? Am I safe with you? Do I matter beyond what I provide? Do I matter beyond what I maintain? Did we marry because we loved each other, or because everyone told us this was the door to adulthood, and we walked through it before we knew what was on the other side and no one wanted to ask that over mashed potatoes? So the argument became about the bill. The wife might stand by the sink hand's wet apron still tied around her waist. He might stand near the table jacket off tie loosened, looking larger in the room than he meant to look. The kitchen light made everything too clear. A plate in the sink, a towel over the chair, the smell of coffee gone bitter in the pot, the children listening from the hallway though both parents believed or needed to believe that they were asleep. He said she worried too much. She said someone had to. He said he worked all day. She said she knew that. He said it did not sound as if she knew that. She said nothing because nothing was sometimes the only way not to make things worse, and the silence after that could be more damaging than the words before it. Silence was a major character in 1950s marriage. It sat in chairs, it leaned against counters, it rode in cars, it slept between people. There was the husband's silence, heavy and defended, built from the belief that a man should not have to explain every feeling. There was the wife's silence, careful and alert, built from the belief that a woman should not make the home unpleasant. There was the children's silence, listening and learning, built from the instinct that if the adults were pretending nothing was wrong, the child should not be the one to name it. A house could be full of people and still be organized around silence. Some arguments ended quickly, a sharp word, an apology perhaps, a joke made awkwardly, a hand on a shoulder, the small mercy of two people who did love each other and did not want the evening ruined. The dishes were finished, the radio came on, the child was tucked in. The marriage continued not because everything had been solved, but because enough tenderness remained to carry the unsolved thing a little farther. Other arguments did not end. They simply went underground. They became tone, habit, timing. A wife stopped asking about certain subjects. A husband stopped expecting certain kinds of warmth. A couple learned to move around the furniture of their disappointment without bumping into it too often. They still went to church. They still hosted family. They still signed cards together. They still looked from the sidewalk like a nice couple. That phrase again, a nice couple. It could hide so much. The pressure to keep arguments behind closed doors was especially hard on women who had fewer exits. If a wife was financially dependent, socially watched pregnant, raising children far from her own family, or taught that a good woman endured, then a private argument could feel like a room with no window. She might tell herself every marriage had trouble. She might remember her mother saying not to expect too much. She might decide that a husband's temper was just pressure from work. She might decide that her own unhappiness was selfish, dramatic, or immature. The culture often helped her decide that. Advice could be painfully small. Do not nag him. Make home more peaceful. Try to understand the strain he is under. Men are different. Children need their father. Marriage takes work. All true enough in one sense and not nearly enough in another. Because some arguments were not simply arguments. Some homes held fear. Some husbands used authority harshly. Some wives lived with cruelty that the public language of the time did not always know how to confront honestly. The closed door protected privacy, but it could also protect harm. And when a community valued the appearance of family stability above the interior life of the people inside it, the person suffering most often became the person most responsible for keeping the picture intact. This is one of the darker truths. Respectability could be used as wallpaper over pain. But even in less severe marriages, even in homes where no one was truly cruel, the closed door still shaped the couple. It taught them that marital conflict was something to hide before it was something to understand. It taught them to clean up the evidence, to lower their voices when the window was open, to smile when the phone rang, to answer everything is fine because fine was the password that allowed daily life to continue. Fine. A beautiful little locked box of a word. The wife could say it to her mother. The husband could say it to his co-worker. The couple could say it together at church while standing close enough to look united and far enough apart not to touch. Fine meant do not ask more. Fine meant I do not have language for this. Fine meant if I start telling the truth I may not know how to stop. After an argument, the house often became very ordinary. That was almost the worst part. Nothing looked changed. The same clock ticked. The same curtains hung. The same plates waited for washing. The same child's toy sat under the chair. The house did not register the emotional event. It simply demanded the next task. Someone still had to take out the trash. Someone still had to put the baby back to sleep. Someone still had to set the coffee for morning. Life's indifference could feel cruel, but it was also what kept people moving. She wiped the counter. He folded the newspaper. The child stopped listening. The house rearranged itself around the unsaid thing. At night in the bedroom the argument might return in another form, not as words necessarily, as distance, as a turned back, as politeness, as the careful handling of a lamp switch, as one person pretending to sleep so the other would not begin again. Or sometimes as a soft apology in the dark, easier because faces could not be seen. I did not mean it that way. I am just tired. I know. Me too. Those small repairs mattered. A marriage could survive on many small repairs if both people kept making them. But some marriages stopped repairing. They only resumed. That is different. To repair is to acknowledge the break. To resume is to step over it and continue setting the table. Many 1950s marriages became very skilled at resuming. The morning after an argument looked almost identical to any other morning. Coffee, toast, shirt, briefcase, goodbye. The wife's eyes a little swollen, perhaps. The husband's voice a little too normal. The children especially well behaved because children understand when the house requires tribute. From the street nothing had happened. That was the goal. That was also the tragedy. Because a marriage can only hide so much from others before the people inside begin hiding from themselves. The closed door was meant to protect the couple from gossip, shame and interference. Sometimes it did, but it also kept their pain in the same rooms where they had to eat sleep-raised children and perform happiness. It made the home both shelter and container, a place to return to and a place where certain truths could not get out. By the late evening the neighbourhood settled. Porch lights glowed, televisions dimmed, cars cooled in driveways. Somewhere a dog barked once and stopped. Every house looked calm because houses are very good at looking calm from the outside. Behind each door people carried their private weather, some kind, some lonely, some frightened, some quietly forgiving each other, some quietly giving up. The young couple in their little house had argued, or nearly argued, or avoided the argument so completely that the avoidance itself had become the shape of the night. In the morning he would leave again with the briefcase. She would clear the table again. The neighbours would see curtains open at the proper hour and think if they thought anything at all that everything was as it should be. And inside, behind the door that kept the marriage safe and silent, the next unsaid sentence would wait patiently for its turn. By the time the argument had gone quiet, the most frightening word in the marriage was often the one nobody wanted to say. Divorce. It did not need to be spoken to be present. It could sit behind a slammed cabinet. It could stand in the hallway after a long silence. It could hover over the kitchen table when two people had run out of safe subjects and were eating dinner as if the fork and knife required all their attention. It could appear for 1 second in a wife's mind while she folded towels. It could pass through a husband's thoughts on the train home, then be pushed away so quickly he almost convinced himself it had never arrived. Divorce was not just an ending. In many 1950s communities, divorce was a public mark. It meant the marriage had failed, and failure was not supposed to happen in a world that had invested so much faith in wedding rings, church vows, matching towels, babies' mortgages, and the polished family photograph on the mantel. A marriage could be unhappy. It could be tense. It could be lonely. It could become a house with two people moving carefully around each other like furniture in a dark room. But as long as the marriage continued, the public shape remained intact. Divorce broke the shape, and the shape mattered. A divorced woman in the 1950s often carried the story of the marriage on her body whether she wanted to or not. People wondered what had happened. They wondered what she had done. They wondered what he had done too, of course, but the wondering did not land evenly. A divorced man might be pitied, judged, invited for drinks, teased, or quietly reabsorbed into bachelor life with a certain awkward sympathy. A divorced woman could become a question people asked without asking. Was she difficult? Was she neglected? Was there another woman? Was there another man? Could she not keep him? Did she leave? Did he? What will happen to the children? The questions travelled faster than facts. Facts in these matters were often considered almost less important than the shape of the scandal. A couple could spend years inside a marriage no one understood, but once it ended, everyone suddenly became a historian. Neighbours remembered the drawn curtains. Churchwomen remembered missed Sundays. His mother remembered the way the young wife had always been too sensitive. Her mother remembered the way he had never quite looked her in the eye. Friends remembered the party where something had felt off, though. At the time, everyone had simply had more coffee and gone home. After divorce, people discovered they had seen signs all along. That was the cruelty of hindsight. It made private suffering look obvious only after it was too late to help. For a wife, the fear of starting over could be practical before it was emotional. Where would she live? What money would she have? Would she work? Could she work? Had she been out of the workforce too long? What skills could be translated into wages when all her work had been done inside a home that no longer counted as hers? In the same way, she might know how to run a household with discipline and intelligence. She might know how to stretch a budget, calm a child, manage appointments, plan meals, write letters, repair a social embarrassment, and keep a family functioning through illness, debt, disappointment, and weather. But an employer might call that no experience. Imagine that. A woman could spend 10 years holding a life together and be told she had not worked. This was one of the quiet traps. Marriage had asked her to specialize in dependency, then judged her for being dependent when the arrangement failed. If she had children, the question became even heavier. Children needed food, shoes, school papers, signed doctor appointments, winter coats, a roof routine, and the appearance of normalcy. If she left, she was not only leaving a husband, she was moving an entire small world, and every object in it seemed to ask whether she had thought this through. The crib, the school books, the dishes, the baby photographs, the birthday cards signed from both of them. The house itself could become an argument. Who owned it? Who paid for it? Who had kept it running? Who would stay? Who would go? The legal answers varied. The emotional answers were worse. A wife might stand in the bedroom looking at the bedspread she had chosen, the curtains she had hemmed the dresser where his socks were still rolled in the top drawer, and realize that leaving a marriage meant leaving not only a man but the stage on which her whole adult identity had been performed. A husband had fears too, though they were shaped differently. Divorce could mean financial strain, public embarrassment, loss of children's daily presence, failure in the eyes of other men, and the collapse of his own image as someone who could manage his household. A man who could not keep his family together might feel exposed in a way he had no language for. The same culture that gave him authority had also told him that a stable wife, a stable home, and children under his roof were proof that he had become the right kind of man. If the home split apart, what did that say about him? So both people could remain. Not always because they were happy. Sometimes because leaving required a kind of courage the world punished. They remained for the children. They remained for money. They remained for religion. They remained because their parents would be devastated. They remained because the neighbours would talk. They remained because they could not imagine dividing the furniture. They remained because no one in their family had divorced. They remained because everyone said marriage was work and no one had explained the difference between work that deepens love and work that slowly erases the person doing it. That distinction mattered, but it was not always available. A young wife might tell herself that all marriages had difficult seasons. This was true. A husband might tell himself that he simply needed to work harder, earn more, be home earlier, drink less, speak less sharply, provide better. Sometimes this was true too. Some marriages came close to breaking and then found their way back through apology maturity, practical help, or the simple grace of two people finally saying what they had avoided for years. Not every unhappy evening was the end. Not every silence was fatal. But some marriages were not merely going through a season. They were teaching the people inside them to become smaller every year. The problem was that the outside world often could not tell the difference and sometimes did not want to. A respectable community preferred repair over rupture, even when repair meant returning to the same injury with cleaner language. The minister might counsel patience. A doctor might treat nerves. A mother might say to think of the children. A friend might say at least he provides. A father might say you made your bed. A neighbour might say nothing at all, and then watch the mailbox for signs. Everyone had advice. Almost no one had to live inside the marriage except the two people receiving it. Divorce also threatened the children's public identity. In school, in church, in the neighbourhood, a child from a divorced home could be made to feel marked even when no one meant to be cruel. Other parents might speak carefully around them. Teachers might lower their voices. Friends might be told not to ask questions. The child could sense that something had happened not only to the family but to the family's standing in the world. And so parents stayed for the children sometimes with love and sacrifice, sometimes with bitterness and often with a confusion of both. Children are not fooled by intact walls. They know when a house has quiet rooms no one enters, but parents in the 1950s were often told that a broken home was worse than a strained one. Broken home. There was another phrase that did a great deal of damage with very few words. It suggested that a home divided by divorce was broken by definition, while a home held together by fear, silence, or deep unhappiness might still be considered whole if the father's chair remained occupied and the mother kept dinner on the table. The definition of broken was doing some suspiciously selective work. Still, for many couples, the vows were real. The religious meaning was real. The fear of hurting children was real. The hope that things might improve was real. The shame was real. The love even damaged might still be real. Human beings can love each other and still be unable to live kindly together. That is one of the sadder facts marriage can reveal. In the evening after another argument had dissolved into silence, The wife might stand at the kitchen sink and imagine another life for 30 seconds, an apartment of her own, a job downtown, a door that opened only when she chose to open it, a bed where no one turned away in anger, a morning where the coffee was only coffee, not a ritual of performance. Then the baby cried, or the phone rang, or the water cooled around her hands, and the imagined life closed like a book she had not been allowed to finish. The husband might imagine leaving too, a furnished room, a simpler existence. No one disappointed at the table, no one waiting for more than he knew how to give. A life where his failures were smaller because fewer people depended on him. Then he looked at the children's shoes by the door, the lamp his wife had chosen the bill with his name on it, and he folded the thought away. Starting over sounded like freedom from a distance. Up close it looked like paperwork, gossip, money trouble, lonely Sundays, children with questions, parents with opinions, and a future that no longer had the respectable map everyone had handed them at the wedding. So the couple stayed, or they left. Both choices cost something. That is the part people outside the marriage rarely understood. Staying was not always weakness. Leaving was not always selfishness. In the 1950s, both could require endurance, and both could leave marks. The difference was that staying preserved the public picture, while leaving forced everyone to admit the picture had not been the whole truth. By morning, the word divorce would usually be gone again. Not gone exactly. Placed back behind the wall, hidden behind toast work shirts, school lunches, church plans, grocery lists, and the daily machinery of a life that continued because continuing was what lives did. He would pick up the briefcase. She would clear the cups. The neighbours would see the curtains open. The marriage would resume its shape. But somewhere inside the house, behind the closed doors and the polished surfaces, both husband and wife might understand that there were endings a person could live through without ever filing a paper. And there were new beginnings so frightening that even imagining them felt like standing at the edge of a dark road, holding a suitcase with no one waiting under the next porch light. The beautiful house was quiet in a way no one had warned her about. Not peaceful exactly. Peace has a softness to it. Peace lets the shoulders drop. Peace opens a window somewhere inside the body and lets air move through. This quiet was different. It was polished, arranged, almost formal. The kind of quiet that came after the breakfast dishes were washed, the beds were made, the husband had gone to work. The children were at school or napping, and every room looked as if the family living there had stepped out of a magazine and politely vanished. The floors were clean. The curtains were drawn back. The sofa pillows were in order. The kitchen smelled faintly of soap, coffee, and whatever had been planned for dinner. From the street, the house looked like success, and inside it she was lonely. That was the part the picture did not know how to hold. A lonely wife in a beautiful house was a confusing figure in 1950s America. She had what she was supposed to want. A husband with a steady job, a home with proper rooms, a table to set, a bed to make, perhaps a baby upstairs, perhaps 2 children with lunch boxes and school shoes and drawings taped to the refrigerator, perhaps a washing machine, a vacuum cleaner, a radio, a television set, modern conveniences lined up like witnesses for the defense. What could she possibly have to complain about? That question followed many women around their own homes. It did not always come from outside. Sometimes it came from within, in the voice of a mother, a magazine, a minister, a husband, a neighbour, or a younger version of herself who had once believed marriage would solve the strange ache of waiting for life to begin. She would stand in the hallway holding a laundry basket and feel the question rise. What is wrong with me? Not what is wrong with this arrangement. Not why does this house require so much of me and know so little about me. Not why can a person be needed all day and still feel unseen? Just what is wrong with me? The question was useful to the world because it kept the problem small. If the loneliness belonged to her alone, then perhaps she could fix it with better attitude, busier hands, a new recipe, a women's club, a church committee, a fresh coat of lipstick, or one of those cheerful little projects recommended in magazines by people who seemed to believe the soul could be organized with shelf paper. Shelf paper was helpful. It was not quite enough. The lonely wife did not necessarily sit still all day. That was another misunderstanding. People imagined loneliness as idleness, but many women were loneliest while in motion. She scrubbed the sink. She folded diapers. She made beds with hospital corners because her mother had taught her that proper corners said something about the woman of the house. She polished the table. She planned dinner. She stood in the grocery store, choosing between 2 cuts of meat and calculating not only cost but approval. She was busy. That was part of the problem. Busy can cover loneliness without curing it. The house kept asking for her hands and never quite asked for her mind. Not fully. Not in the way she'd once imagined her mind might be asked for. She could solve domestic problems all day long. How to stretch a roast. How to keep children quiet during his phone call. How to remove a stain. How to make a room look warmer with no money. How to answer her mother-in-law without surrendering the kitchen. How to keep a marriage smooth enough that no one outside would suspect the rough places. This was intelligence, but it was intelligence made invisible by repetition. No one looked at a clean bathroom and said what an impressive act of planning endurance and bodily labour. No one looked at a peaceful evening and said how remarkable that she absorbed 3 conflicts before they reached the table. No one looked at a child behaving nicely in church and said what sustained emotional training produced this brief miracle in patent leather shoes. They said she was a good wife, a good mother, a good homemaker. And then they moved on. The beautiful house could become a mirror that reflected everything except the woman inside it. Every room carried evidence of her work, yet none of the rooms seemed to belong to her completely. The kitchen belonged to meals. The bedroom belonged to marriage. The nursery belonged to the baby. The living room belonged to guests and the family's public face. The dining room belonged to holidays, manners, and the good dishes waiting behind glass. Even the bathroom mirror belonged partly to the expectation that she remain pleasant to look at. Where exactly was she supposed to be only herself? Sometimes the answer was a chair by the window in the late afternoon, for 10 minutes perhaps, a cup of coffee growing lukewarm beside her, a magazine open but not being read, the light moving across the carpet, the house holding itself still between tasks. This was the hour when the loneliness could become audible, because the noise of usefulness had quieted just enough for another sound to appear underneath it. She might look out at the street, a neighbour crossing the lawn, a delivery truck passing, children's voices in the distance, other houses lined neatly along the block, each with its own curtains, its own table, its own wife perhaps standing somewhere behind glass, also wondering why the life that looked complete from the outside could feel so unfinished within. But women did not always say this to each other, not plainly. They spoke in coded ways. I suppose everyone gets tired. I've been a little run down. The days are long when the children are small. He works so hard. We are very lucky. I should not complain. The code did not mean the feeling was false. It meant the feeling had to pass through customs before entering conversation. A woman could admit fatigue. Fatigue was respectable. She could admit nerves. Nerves were common enough, especially if said lightly. She could admit being busy, overwhelmed, or behind on the ironing. But loneliness was harder. Loneliness sounded like failure when the whole culture had promised that marriage and motherhood would be company enough. To say she was lonely inside a marriage suggested something dangerous, that perhaps a husband's presence did not automatically mean companionship, that perhaps children could fill a house with sound and still not fill the adult silence, that perhaps being loved in a role was not the same as being known as a person. That was a complicated thought for a Tuesday afternoon. So she set it aside and checked the oven. The telephone became both comfort and trap. It sat in the hallway or kitchen, heavy and domestic, connecting her to other women who were also moving through their houses with dust cloths, babies, grocery lists, and unsaid things. A phone call could save the day. A sister's voice, a friend from before marriage, her mother if her mother was safe to talk to, a neighbour asking about a recipe and staying on the line long enough for the recipe to become something more human. The telephone voice mattered. It had to be bright enough. Not falsely bright if she was speaking to someone who knew her well, but not heavy. Heavy voices invited questions, and questions invited either honesty or lying. Most women chose a careful middle ground. Pleasant, slightly tired, manageable, the vocal equivalent of a clean apron over an old dress. How are you? Fine. There it was again. Fine. The great little bridge over everything. In the afternoon she might go to the grocery store simply to see other adults. This was not always conscious. She needed milk, yes, bread, soap flakes, canned peaches, something for dinner. But she also needed the small public reality of being seen by people who did not need her to find their socks. The grocer knew her name. The woman in the next aisle had a baby the same age. The cashier commented on the weather. These tiny exchanges could hold a day together. A lonely person does not always need a grand conversation. Sometimes she needs someone to say good morning and mean only good morning. But even outside the house she remained the wife from the house, Mrs. Somebody, the woman with the baby, the woman whose husband worked at the bank or the plant or the office downtown. Her identity moved around her like a coat she could not quite remove in public. People were kind to the coat. They recognized the coat. They did not always see the person under it. Back home, the house waited with its usual patience. Beautiful houses are patient. They do not care whether you are fulfilled. They need dusting anyway. The furniture, if new, demanded protection. The sofa could not be lived on too hard. The coffee table needed coasters. The good room had to remain good. In some homes the living room looked almost unused, a formal little shrine to the family's aspirations. A woman could spend a great deal of time maintaining rooms that were designed less for living than for proving that the family knew how living should look. That too was lonely. To care for spaces no one fully inhabits. To prepare for guests who will admire the room and leave, to build a home around appearances and then search inside it for a place to rest without disturbing the display. If she had young children, the loneliness changed texture. It became noisy, toys underfoot, crying, questions, sticky hands, nap schedules. A child pressed against her leg while she tried to cook. This was not the quiet loneliness of an empty room. This was the loneliness of being constantly touched and rarely met. The loneliness of having no privacy and yet no adult witness. The loneliness of hearing the word mother all day until her own name began to sound distant. She loved them. Of course she loved them. Love was not the issue. Love could be enormous and still not be company in the way an adult mind sometimes needs company. A baby cannot ask what you were like before you became its mother. A toddler cannot understand that you had dreams before the breakfast dishes. A child cannot hold the full weight of a woman's inner life and should not be asked to. So she gave them the parts of herself they needed and saved the rest for later. Later became a crowded room. When the husband came home, the loneliness was supposed to end. That was the theory. The return of the husband was the emotional conclusion to the domestic day. He entered and the house regained its adult pair. He sat down and she had someone to talk to. He asked about dinner, the children, the mail, and perhaps this should have been enough. Sometimes it was enough for a while. Sometimes his presence warmed the room. Sometimes she felt real relief when he came through the door. But sometimes his arrival made the loneliness sharper. Because now the person who was supposed to see her was standing right there and still did not see. He saw the wife, the mother, the woman who knew where things were, the person who had dinner in progress, the one who smiled, listened, found his socks, remembered his appointments, and kept the house from sliding into disorder. He might love all of those things. He might depend on them. He might even praise them on generous evenings. But did he see the girl she had been, the woman she was becoming, the thoughts she had while folding sheets, the books she wanted to read, the anger she swallowed, the questions that came at 4 p.m. and left before he could come home and interrupt them? Maybe he did. Some husbands did. Some marriages made room slowly and imperfectly for the interior life of both people. Some couples learned to talk in the dark or over coffee after the children slept. Some men noticed the strain before it turned to bitterness. Some women found ways to speak before silence became permanent. Those marriages had their own difficulties, but at least the door between people remained open. Other marriages replaced seeing with functioning. Are the children fed? Is the bill paid? Is the house clean? Is he working? Is she managing? Are we fine? Functioning can look very much like living if viewed from far enough away. The lonely wife in the beautiful house was not always miserable. That is important. She could have good days. She could laugh with a friend. She could enjoy a new dress, a child's funny sentence, the smell of bread, the first quiet snowfall, the pride of a room well arranged. She could love her husband and still ache. She could feel grateful and still feel trapped. She could know she was fortunate compared with many others and still feel the small private grief of a self with nowhere obvious to go. Gratitude and loneliness can sit in the same chair. The 1950s did not always know what to do with that, so it offered activity, join a committee, help at church, take up sewing, invite the neighbours, have another baby, redecorate the bedroom, plan a dinner, keep busy, keep cheerful, keep the mind from wandering too far into questions that might not have acceptable answers. And many women did keep busy. They became experts in motion. But every so often the house became still again. The baby slept. The radio faded into a low hum. The sunlight moved across the polished floor. The beautiful house held its breath. And there she was, a wife with everything she had been told to want standing in a room that reflected her competence back to her in shining surfaces, wondering why competence did not feel like being known. Outside, the neighbours saw clean windows. Inside, she watched her own reflection pass through the glass like someone she almost recognised. Then the clock moved toward 5. The house woke again. The husband would be home soon. So she rose from the chair, smoothed her dress, checked her hair, and began preparing the room for his return, carrying the loneliness with her so quietly that by the time the key turned in the lock, even she had almost mistaken it for calm. The chair knew him before anyone else did. By 6 o'clock or 6:30, depending on the commute, depending on the weather, depending on whether the boss had kept him late, with one more question that was not really a question. The husband came through the front door and moved toward the chair as if it had been calling him all day. Not dramatically. A man did not collapse in 1950s America if he could help it. He entered. He set down the briefcase. He removed the hat. He loosened the tie. He answered whatever greeting came toward him from the hallway, the kitchen, the children, the wife, the dog, if there was one, and then after the required few minutes of arrival, he found the chair. The chair was not always large. Sometimes it was a simple upholstered armchair in a modest living room, sometimes a recliner if the household had entered that particular kingdom of comfort, sometimes a wooden chair near the radio in a smaller home where furniture had to work harder because there was less of it. But whatever its shape, the chair had meaning. It was his place. Everyone knew that. The children knew not to climb on it without permission. The wife knew which side table held his ashtray, his newspaper, his drink, his reading glasses if he wore them, the little objects that formed a border around his evening authority. Guests knew even without being told because households have ways of marking territory. A certain indentation in the cushion, a certain angle toward the television, a certain invisible sign that said the man of the house sits here. And when he sat, the day seemed to fold around him. From the outside it looked like rest. A tired husband in his chair after work, shoes still on, sleeves rolled or jacket removed, newspaper open, a child's voice in the next room, dinner almost ready, the house warm, the wife moving quietly between kitchen and living room, the radio low or the television beginning its soft blue promise of an easier world. This was one of the classic pictures of the 1950s home. The father returned. The chair received him. The family orbited gently. But like so many classic pictures, the stillness hid the machinery. The man in the chair had spent all day being measured somewhere else. At the office, on the sales floor, in the factory, in the shop, in the truck, in the bank, in the department store, wherever his wages were earned, he had been under other people's authority. He had nodded when he wanted to argue. He had accepted instructions from men he may not have respected. He had watched younger men rise, older men fade, mistakes get noticed, credit get misplaced, and the paycheck that held his household together remain always just important enough to make him careful. Then he came home and the world expected him to become large again. This was not simple. A husband was supposed to be the head of the household, but many men spent their working hours being reminded that they were not the head of much at all. They answered to supervisors. They depended on customers. They worried about layoffs, promotions, sales numbers, machines, schedules, invoices, and the quiet possibility that one wrong season at work could enter the home as fear. By the time they returned, they were often not powerful so much as worn down by the performance of power. The chair helped restore the illusion. There he could sit with the paper like a shield and a crown at the same time. There he could receive the drink, the dinner call, the children's brief reports, the wife's careful updates. There the house rearranged itself around his tiredness. His fatigue became official. It had travelled outside, earned money, and returned with proof. That made it legitimate. Her fatigue had been in the house all day. That made it easier to miss. The tired husband was not necessarily unkind. Many were not. Many men came home carrying real exhaustion, and still tried to be gentle. They asked the children about school. They thanked their wives for dinner, at least sometimes. They fixed the loose doorknob after work because it needed doing, and because being useful with one's hands could feel more honest than whatever had happened at the office. They fell asleep in the chair, not because they did not care, but because the body finally found a place where it was allowed to stop holding itself upright. There was something tender in that. The sleeping man in the chair newspaper slipping from one hand tie-loose mouth softened into an expression his family rarely saw in daylight. The children might look at him with a mixture of awe and affection. The wife might lower the television volume or take the ash from the cigarette before it burned too far. She might study his face while he slept and remember the young man at the wedding, the one who had looked proud and frightened and hopeful all at once. He was still in there somewhere, under the work, under the bills, under the role. But a chair can be both refuge and throne, and a throne changes the room. If father was tired, the house adjusted. The children were told to keep their voices down. Not because he hated noise necessarily, but because his rest had become a household condition. The wife delayed certain questions. The repairman's estimate could wait. The teacher's note could wait. Her own need to speak could wait because he had just sat down, because he had just come home, because let him have a minute, because he works so hard. He did work hard. That was the complicated part. The truth of his labour became the reason her labour had to soften itself around his. A man's chair after work was sometimes the most honest piece of furniture in the house. It showed exactly how the family understood need. His need had a location. It had upholstery. It had an ashtray, a side table, a lamp angled for reading, and a general expectation that others would respect it. Her need, if it existed, had to move around the room and disguise itself as another task. She could not always say, "I need a chair too." Not literally, perhaps. Something quieter. A place where no one asks anything of me. A place where my tiredness is not treated as a failure of attitude. A place where I can sit down without immediately seeing what needs to be wiped, folded, paid, cooked, answered, soothed, or remembered. But the household was not built around that question. The household was built around his return. So she moved through the evening while he sat. The dinner checked, the child corrected, the baby lifted, the coffee poured, the dishes planned, the little details gathered and sorted before they reached him. If she was wise, people said she knew not to trouble him right away. If she was loving, she let him unwind. If she was a good wife, she understood that a man needed peace after the day. Peace again. Always that lovely word, always asking who was making it. The chair could also become a wall. A husband behind the newspaper was present but not available. A husband watching television was in the room but not necessarily with the room. A husband half asleep after work might be loved by his family and still leave them lonely. The wife could stand 10 feet away with a question in her throat and understand that the chair had closed for the evening. Not officially. Nothing was ever official. He was simply tired. And tiredness had rank. The children learned the chair's language. They learned when to approach. A drawing could be shown if he seemed cheerful. A school problem might be taken to mother first. A request for money needed the right timing. A loud toy near his chair could become a mistake. Some children climbed into his lap and found warmth there. Some stood nearby unsure whether father was a person or a weather system. Again, it depended on the man. The 1950s father in the chair was not one man. He was millions of men, each carrying his own history. Some had come through war. Some had grown up in depression households, where a man's unemployment had haunted the family like a ghost. Some had fathers who never spoke softly. Some had mothers who trained them to be strong before they knew what strength would cost. Some were tender by nature and awkward by training. Some wanted closeness and did not know the route. So they sat. They read the paper. They asked about the score. They corrected the children. They waited for dinner. They believed or tried to believe that providing was the same as being known. A wife might look at him in the chair and feel two opposite things. Gratitude because his work kept the roof over them. Resentment because his work gave him the right to be tired in a way hers did not. Pity because he looked older than he had at breakfast. Anger because she had been older than herself all day and no one had noticed. Love because love does not politely leave the room when unfairness enters. It often stays confused and loyal holding a plate. She might bring him his drink or coffee. He might say thank you without looking up, or he might look up. That difference could change an evening. If he looked up and really saw her for 1 second, the whole room could soften. If he said sit down a minute and meant it, something in her might loosen that had been held tight since morning. If he took the baby without being asked, if he asked about her day, and listened past the first sentence, if he noticed that the smile was tired at the edges, the chair could stop being a throne and become just a chair beside another person. Some men did this, not always perfectly, not every night, but enough to remind the marriage that roles were not the same as love. Other men never learned, or never thought to learn. The chair became their island. The wife became the shore. The children visited when permitted. The evening organized itself around a fatigue no one questioned until the entire family had memorized the rule. Father is tired. Be careful. And somewhere inside that rule, the husband himself might disappear too, because being treated as the tired provider can be lonely in its own way. If everyone approaches you as authority who approaches you as a person, if everyone depends on your strength, where do you put your fear? If the chair is the only place you're allowed to rest, what happens when rest begins to look like absence? He might sit there and feel the house around him without knowing how to enter it differently. His wife in the kitchen, his children in the next room, his own life moving around him in slippers, school shoes, aprons and pajamas. He had earned this chair. He had also been trapped by it. The evening deepened. Dinner came and went. The television murmured. The children were sent to bed. The wife cleared dishes, folded, something checked, something prepared, something for tomorrow. The husband remained in the chair or rose at last to fix a latch check. The furnace look at a bill or stand in the doorway of the children's room with an expression too soft to survive if anyone turned on the light. There were many kinds of tired in that house. His was visible, hers was useful, the children's was temporary, the marriage's was harder to name. By the end of the night, the chair sat empty again, holding the shape of the man who'd occupied it. The newspaper lay folded or fallen. The glass left a ring on the side table. The ashtray held the grey evidence of thought or boredom or habit. From the street, the house was quiet and respectable, one more home that had completed its evening ritual successfully. Inside, the wife turned off the lamp. The chair disappeared into shadow, and somewhere in the darkness between the living room and the bedroom, the tired husband and the lonely wife moved towards sleep, both having given the day nearly everything it asked, and both unsure why the giving had not brought them closer. The first change did not sound like a revolution. It sounded like a woman saying very carefully, "I do not think I am the only one." That was all. Not a march, not a slogan, not a door slammed in the night, just a sentence spoken softly across a kitchen table, or over the telephone, or in the front seat of a parked car after a church meeting while the engine ticked, and the children were finally asleep somewhere inside the house. A sentence that did not yet know how far it would travel. I do not think I am the only one. For years, many wives had been taught to interpret their unhappiness as a private defect. If the house felt too small, perhaps they were ungrateful. If marriage felt lonely, perhaps they expected too much. If motherhood exhausted them, perhaps they were not naturally maternal enough. If the days repeated until time itself seemed to flatten under the ironing board, perhaps they needed a hobby, a better schedule, a new casserole recipe, a church committee, or a little more faith in the life they had been given. The problem belonged to her. That was the old arrangement. Then slowly, uneasily, something began to shift. Women started comparing notes, not always loudly, not always in language that sounded bold. This was not yet the polished vocabulary of later decades. It began in fragments. A comment at a luncheon that went a little deeper than usual. A friend admitting she sometimes sat in the car outside the grocery store for 5 extra minutes because no one needed her there. A woman at a beauty salon saying she had everything she was supposed to want and still felt as if part of her had been placed in storage. Another woman laughing too quickly, then becoming quiet because the laugh had almost opened a door. The first stage of naming a problem is often recognition, not solution. Recognition. The look one woman gives another when a sentence lands too close to the hidden place. You too, that tiny exchange could change the room. Because loneliness feels different when it is no longer solitary. The wife in the beautiful house, the woman standing at the sink after everyone else had gone to bed, the mother with a baby on her hip and a college education fading behind her like an old photograph, the cheerful hostess who could manage a dinner for 12 but could not find 10 uninterrupted minutes to ask what she wanted from her own life, began to understand that perhaps the ache was not evidence of personal failure. Perhaps the ache had architecture. Perhaps it had walls, customs advice, columns, bank accounts, baby showers, marriage vows interpreted too narrowly, and 1,000 little rules that had been presented as nature. That was a dangerous thought. Not dangerous because it was cruel. Dangerous because it was clarifying. Once a woman began to see the structure, she could not entirely unsee it. The chair after work was still a chair, but now it also looked like an institution. The paycheck was still needed, but now its quiet power became more visible. The smile at church still worked, but now she could feel the labor in her own face. The bedroom was still private, but now privacy and silence were no longer the same thing. The dinner table still gathered the family, but now she could hear all the feelings that had been asked to wait outside the room. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, the world around these marriages began to loosen at the edges, not evenly, not for everyone, and certainly not without resistance. But ideas were moving. Daughters came home from college with new questions. Magazines began carrying different kinds of letters, or at least women began reading the old letters differently. Books passed from hand to hand. Doctors heard the same vague complaints from women who were not sick in the usual way, but not well either. Churches, schools, clubs, and neighborhood kitchens became places where the old answers still circulated, but no longer satisfied everyone who heard them. The phrase had not always arrived yet, but the feeling had. The feeling that being a wife could not be the entire explanation for a woman's existence. The feeling that being a mother, even a loving mother, did not erase every other capacity. The feeling that intelligence did not disappear because it was used to plan meals instead of manage an office. The feeling that a marriage built on one person's authority and another person's adjustment might look peaceful, while quietly spending down the inner life of both. This was not simple rebellion. It was more intimate than that. Many women did not want to destroy their marriages. They wanted their marriages to become more honest. They wanted to be loved as persons, not only appreciated as functions. They wanted husbands who could hear more than household reports. They wanted children to grow up in homes where mothers were not invisible furniture with a voice. They wanted work sometimes, or study, or simply a claim to time that was not automatically available for everyone else's needs. Some wanted to leave, some wanted to stay differently. Both desires frightened people. The husbands felt the shift too, though not always clearly. A man might come home and sense that the room had changed before he understood why. His wife still made dinner. The children still needed baths. The bills still came. The house still looked like the same house. But something in her tone had altered. A question that once would have been swallowed was now asked. A decision that once would have passed through him automatically was now discussed. A small no appeared where a yes used to stand, quietly waiting. To some men this felt like accusation. To others it felt like weather. To a few perhaps more than the stereotype allows, it came as a relief. Because the old roles had trapped husbands too. The provider who could never be weak. The father who did not know how to be tender without feeling foolish. The man in the chair who was needed by everyone and known by almost no one. Some husbands discovered slowly and awkwardly that if their wives were allowed to speak more honestly, perhaps they might be allowed to speak more honestly too. Not every man welcomed this. Not every woman knew what to do with it. A marriage does not become equal because one person finally names the imbalance. Naming is only the beginning. After naming comes discomfort. After discomfort comes negotiation. After negotiation comes the long, ordinary work of changing habits that have been mistaken for love. Who handles the money? Who rises when the baby cries? Who gets to be tired? Who decides when to move, what to buy, whether she works, whether he helps, whether helping is even the right word when two people live in the same house? Who gets a chair? Who gets a future? Questions like these did not enter every home at once. They came unevenly, sometimes through conflict, sometimes through books, sometimes through daughters, sometimes through necessity. A wife taking a part-time job might change the household more than any argument ever had. A husband losing work might discover the fragility of the provider role. A daughter saying she did not want to marry right away might force her mother to hear in a younger voice a possibility she had not allowed herself to keep. The 1950s did not vanish when the calendar turned. Decades never do. The old marriage rules lingered in kitchens, jokes, family advice, church expectations, and the private reflexes of people who had been trained too early to fear disorder. A woman could read a new book in the afternoon and still freshen her lipstick before her husband came home. She could question the arrangement and still love the man sitting across from her at dinner. She could resent the role and still take pride in the home she had made. Human beings are inconveniently layered that way. That is why the change was not clean. There were arguments, misunderstandings, men who felt betrayed by questions they had not known were waiting. Women who felt guilty for wanting something they could not yet name clearly. Children who watched their mothers become less silent and did not know whether to feel frightened or proud. Parents who shook their heads and said the world was changing too quickly, as parents have said in every decade since the invention of change. But beneath all that noise was one quiet fact. The private problem had become speakable, and once something is speakable, it begins to move. It moves from the bedroom to the kitchen table, from the kitchen table to the telephone, from the telephone to the lunch table, from the lunch table to print, from print back into the house, where a woman stands with one hand on the counter and reads a sentence that seems to have been written from inside her own locked room. She pauses. The baby is asleep. The laundry waits. The clock moves toward the hour when her husband will come home. Nothing visible has changed. The same curtains, the same dishes, the same chair, the same ring on her hand. But now there is a word, or almost a word, for the thing she'd been carrying, and that makes the silence less absolute. Not gone, not solved, just less able to pretend it is the natural order of things. By evening she may still set the table. He may still come home tired. The children may still argue over who gets the larger piece of pie. The television may still glow in the corner, showing a family easier than any family has ever truly been. The marriage may continue. Many did. But somewhere under the familiar routine, a new question has entered the house. What if this is not just how things are? It is a small question at first, soft enough to hide under the clatter of plates, but it will not stay small forever. The strange thing about 1950s marriage is that many people remember it first as a picture. Not a conversation, not a bank statement, not the quiet bedroom after the lamp went off. A picture. A husband in a suit, a wife in a dress, children clean enough for the camera, a house with curtains, a car in the driveway, a table set for dinner, a Christmas card where everyone stands close together smiling into a future that appears from this distance to have been simpler than ours. That is why it still haunts American memory. Because the picture is beautiful, and because the picture is incomplete. We look back at the 1950s marriage and see something many people are still hungry for. Stability, ritual, a sense of belonging, a front door that meant home, a dinner hour that gathered the family, a wedding ring that seemed to carry clear meaning, a husband who knew he was expected to provide, a wife who knew she was expected to create warmth, a neighborhood that recognized your children, a church that knew your name, a life with a shape. There is comfort in shape. Modern life often has too little of it. Everything now can feel open, flexible, negotiable, and therefore exhausting in a completely different way. People make their own rules, and then have to live with the uncertainty of having made them. Marriage no longer arrives with one official script, which is freedom, yes, but freedom can be tiring. So the old photograph glows. Look at that table. Look at that house. Look at that couple. They knew what they were doing, except, of course, they often did not. They were young. They were improvising. They were afraid of money, loneliness, disappointment, gossip, children, desire, failure, and the possibility that love might not be enough to make the roles feel humane. They were told the script was natural, but the script required constant maintenance. The husband had to be strong even when he was frightened. The wife had to be cheerful even when she was disappearing. The children had to behave because the family's reputation travelled through them like electricity through a wire. Everyone was performing. Some performed beautifully. Some suffered quietly. Most did both. That is the part nostalgia tends to soften at the edges. It remembers the soft lamps, but not always the woman turning them on before he came home. It remembers the father's chair, but not always the loneliness of the man sitting in it, unable to say he felt trapped by the very authority everyone had handed him. It remembers the dinner table, but not the feelings that were not invited. It remembers the wedding ring, but not the way that little circle of gold could become both promise and boundary. And still, we should not flatten the past into misery. That would be another kind of dishonesty. There were good marriages in the 1950s, deep ones, tender ones, marriages where two people learned each other slowly and made a life that held, marriages where the husband came home and truly saw his wife, marriages where the wife loved the work of home and did not feel erased by it, marriages where children grew up feeling safe at the table, where faith was not performance but shelter, where the routines were not cages but rhythms. Those marriages were real. So were the lonely ones, the frightening ones, the polite ones, the ones that looked perfect from the street and felt airless inside the rooms. History is rarely kind enough to give us one clean answer. What 1950s marriage gave many Americans was an image of order at the exact moment the country wanted order badly. After depression, war, separation, rationing, and fear, the home became a promise that life could finally be arranged. A man could earn. A woman could make a home. Children could grow in clean bedrooms. Dinner could be served on time. The lawn could be cut. The neighbours could wave. The future could be built in installments. It was a powerful promise. And like many powerful promises, it asked certain people to pay more than others. The wife often paid in self-erasure, in cheerfulness, in postponed sentences, in the constant conversion of effort into ease, in being needed all day and not always known at night. The husband paid too, though differently, in silence, in the terror of failure, in the demand to provide without admitting weakness, in the slow hardening that can happen to men when tenderness is treated like a private luxury rather than a human requirement. The children paid in atmosphere, in learning which subjects made the room go cold, in watching parents perform stability and mistaking silence for peace, or sometimes in receiving the genuine gift of steady routines from parents who were doing their best with the tools they had. That is why this subject lingers, because almost everyone can recognize some piece of it. Maybe you remember a grandmother who never sat down until everyone else had eaten. Maybe you remember a grandfather who worked for 40 years and barely knew how to talk about anything that hurt. Maybe you remember old wedding photographs in a drawer, their edges curled, the bride impossibly young, the groom trying to look certain, both of them standing at the beginning of a road they could not yet see. Maybe you grew up in a house where the rules were already changing, but the old shadows still moved through the rooms. Do not bother your father right now. Your mother works so hard. Marriage is not supposed to be easy. Keep family matters private. Smile for the picture. The 1950s did not end cleanly. No decade does. It carried itself forward into the 1960s, into the 1970s, into later marriages, later kitchens, later arguments, later hopes. The roles loosened, but not everywhere. Women named the problem, but naming did not solve everything. Men gained permission slowly and unevenly to be more than providers, but many still struggled to find the words. Marriage changed and kept changing, and still today people are trying to build something honest out of love, money, work, children, history, and all the rules they inherited before they knew they were rules. Maybe that is why we keep returning to the old picture. Not because we truly want to live inside it, but because we want to understand what it gave people, what it took from them, and why it looked so peaceful while asking so much. The wedding ring, the breakfast table, the paycheck, the dinner hour, the closed bedroom door, the church pew, the front lawn, the father's chair, the wife at the sink in the late afternoon light. Each one seems ordinary by itself. Together they formed a world of duty and tenderness, a world of silence and pride, a world where love existed but often had to squeeze itself into shapes designed by other people. And now, all these years later, we can look at that world more gently and more clearly. We do not have to mock the people who lived there. We do not have to worship the picture they left behind. We can simply notice what the picture could not say. That many husbands were tired, that many wives were lonely, that many children were watching, that many marriages survived through real devotion, that many survived through fear, and that some did both at the same time. So tonight, as the house around you grows quiet, think of that young couple again. The bride with rice in her hair, the groom with his tie too tight, the ring warm from everyone's admiration, the future waiting like a furnished room they had not yet entered. They thought marriage would begin when the guests went home. In truth, the rules were already waiting inside. Some of those rules gave them structure, some made them smaller, some they passed down without meaning to, some their children would spend years trying to unlearn. And maybe that is why 1950s marriage still haunts American memory. Not because it was perfect, not because it was only brutal, but because it was human in the most complicated way. Beautiful from the street, difficult in the kitchen, tender in flashes, silent by training, full of people trying to be good at roles that did not always let them be whole. If you enjoyed this quiet walk through old America, subscribe to the Nostalgian and leave a comment with the old family rule you still remember. The smallest memories are often the ones that keep history breathing. Sleep well. And tomorrow we will open another door.